PKA 706. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Blue Chew, Lock and Load, and some merch. Go to painkilleralready.com and you can buy t-shirts and mugs and hats and all sorts of things so that people will see you in public and go, wow, that guy has good taste in podcasts.
They might say that. That's
what everyone wants. In all seriousness, I made sure most of the designs were very understated because if I'm wearing something that like is about a show or some pop culture I consume, I like it to blend in with the rest of my wardrobe.
I'm fairly disappointed. There's no shirt with cum splatter all over it like the pills.
I fought on the other side of the battle on this one.
I was all about it. I wanted the stains.
I can't get a win. God damn.
And I thought it was important to launch the merch tonight because $1 from the sale of every piece of merchandise goes to a Dr. Disrespect victim.
That's so legally binding.
In actuality, no dollars go to Dr. Disrespect victims because there are too many of them.
No, I'm more of a bootstraps guy when it comes to charity. You know,
they should.
We're going broke here, paying off these victims.
Yeah, pull up your bootstraps.
Every day a new one.
Yeah. So but you were telling me before this, Kyle, that everything turned around and he's back in the good graces of the online.
No, not that. It's the other thing.
Did more stuff happen?
More stuff happened.
I was right.
So yeah, of course, just to catch anyone who's not an internet loser like us up. Dr. Disrespect, it turned out, had been sexting some minors back in 2017, or a minor back in 2017, allegedly, and that's why he was kicked off of Twitch, and they had the big contract dispute and everything, and now it's all coming out because a Twitch employee, I think, kind of came forward publicly, and that started this avalanche of other stuff coming out, and then Doc has to make this big apology, and he does an apology stream and a big apology tweet, and I don't think any of that went over super well.
The editing of the tweet I thought was a fun little twist. Like he's like, I may have been texting a minor and it trended towards the inappropriate. And then he removed minor and made it like individual or something. If that's not right, it's close.
Yeah.
But he didn't realize that on X now you can see the tweet edits. So you just click on like the original version and see that it said minor. So he added minor back in there.
Back in.
A bad look to cut, I guess, putting it out there. And covering it up is even worse than just putting it out there.
Well, it was quite the screed of a tweet, so I can see how you miss a minor detail like that.
Yeah.
The guy writes more than J.R.R. Martin.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I was reading through, and I'm like, why is he spending so much time on the food and the feasts on this, on this confession? The pork pie was delicious. No.
Yeah. Dude, so I've disliked this guy for 15 years. He came out of the gate hating on X-Jaws, who I was real familiar with at the time. He railed on me and my family, which for no reason I've still never spoken to Dr. Disrespect, but he had it out for me. So I'm just enjoying fucking Dr. Kid Inspect's demise. Aspiring pedophile. The short of it is he's messaging child anyway, and trying to meet up with them at TwitchCon. And this is the TwitchCon where he cheated on his wife. So he was just hound dogging it, like trying to set up, I guess, a station without his wife.
2017 was the year of the Doc. Okay. Yeah. He was out there slamming brewskis, sexting minors, ripping off transsexual cam girls, like anything he could do. I mean, he's probably gripping it right now.
Filming in bathrooms.
He was getting free cam shows. And, dude, I wasn't even familiar with the masturbatory slang he's in there. She's like, you want pictures? And he's like, I'm gripping it right now.
Well, hang on. We need to back up just a second and explain what we're talking about with that.
I need you to fill me in. What about...
Yeah. I mean, you could show her Twitter, Zach. This girl isn't shy about, what went down. You could show what this person looks like. There's a selfie of her and Doc together. I'll send that to you, Zach.
Can we on YouTube? Twitter's a lot faster and looser with the nudity rules than YouTube.
There's no nudity. I don't want to show nudity. First of all, thumbtack in that. Remind me to come full circle on YouTube and its nudity policy, because that's my new favorite porn site.
I know where you're headed on that. Wait, is that the girl? That's not how I remember her. Is that her?
Well, yeah, that's her. Okay. I mean, there's another picture that I just put in the WhatsApp that maybe he can drag over here somehow with the wonders of technology, and it's them together. Like posing at a con or something, probably the 2017 TwitchCon. But I guess he was. There you go. That's the one.
See, she looks a little more drag queeny. This is like the one I saw.
Yeah.
So what's the story behind this? Fill me in.
Well, I guess that he was telling her he could get her in the partner program, and I assumed the Twitch partner program, but who knows? That's where you think he'd have the most pull. If she like gave him some free cam shows, and I guess she did that, and then you can block somebody on Twitter, but that doesn't delete your DMs. You know, those are still just. So she went ahead and was like, "Oh, are we piling on Doc this week?" Well, let me tell you, you don't even
Here's
know.
my history, and it's funny. He's like, "I'm gripping it right now." I think it was a different one where he's like, "Are you ready to see the Doc explode?" If this isn't exactly right, it's close.
He did not refer to himself as the Doc.
I hope he did.
I didn't mean to mess it up, but I probably did. But,
I'm hoping that he did, because that all right, like all this stuff is
it's
like
the explode stuff, man.
First of all, like I don't.
Well, this seems consensual. They were just
these are adults.
Yeah.
But the only
He was
person who didn't
cheating on his
consent to
wife.
this was his wife. Yeah,
that's not cool.
But he and
He's the only one old enough to consent.
trans lady, I guess. I don't know what.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
a little
trans lady. Yeah,
So she was born a guy, and she switched over to being a girl.
yeah. Well,
Yeah, okay.
absolutely, yes, that. Trans.
Is this
women.
even a big enough deal that it's getting traction right now in the drama world? Or
Yeah, I would say so, because
all right. So the blood is in the water. That's what you got to understand. So everybody is like, "What else we got? What else we got?" Like the information cycle on TV is 3 days. On the internet, it's 30 minutes. What else you got? Well, we got this reaction video. Nick Merckx didn't react exactly correctly, so let's pile on him. Like anybody who like steps out of line a little bit, like, let's see what this person said about it. So I felt like I've been inundated with it for the last day or two, just because I'm on Reddit so much. And we've been trying to get permission, or me and Chiz have to play the Dr. Disrespect diss that Pack God made. If you go to Pack God's second channel, you may not know him, but it's spelled like it sounds, PACK God TV. Oh my God, he's got a Dr. Disrespect little riff there that is fucking hilarious. I'm hoping we get permission to play that.
How does this end for the Doc?
He says he's coming back, and he's done it before. But coming back from being an aspiring pedophile is harder than coming back from being a cheater. Like, this is a taller order than what he's done in the past. He might just fucking shack up with P. Diddy and call it a life. I don't know.
Oh,
you think because I mean, he's probably 8 figures wealthy. He was one of the biggest streamers in the world.
I would agree with that estimate. Yeah.
Woody not pulling any punches this week, as you can tell. Jeez. If only he was this real with wings.
I can tell. I don't think Woody likes this guy one bit.
I've been trying. Like, this is reserved.
Can I just say, like, I've also never had an interaction with Dr. Disrespect. He's one of the few people like that I haven't, that's kind of been from our circle or like that part of the internet or whatever. But I don't hate him. You know, I don't like what he did to you. That makes me be like, oh, this guy.
It's part of where my grudge comes from. I'm like, another guy just coming out of thin air, like after me for some reason.
But
so you don't like that he came at Woody, but you're okay with all the recent happenings.
Yeah. I mean, I stand with the Doc. Okay, I want that to be known. It's just me and him, just back to back.
You and Doc against the world.
Did they take your bulletproof vests? You both need
he throws one over his shoulder at me and says, "Buckle up, buddy. It's going to be a rough ride." And I'm like, and we're fighting off the woke media and all of these foods out there.
We're anti-kitty diddler,
woke, and the conservative media, the media and people,
all the media.
No, it's just that, like, I feel like aspiring pedophile is a little strong.
Well, he did try. He intentionally sexted with a minor, right? That much is locked in, and
it would have been legal in the UK. You know what I mean?
But in California, it's not.
Yeah,
so he illegally
intentionally
sexted with a minor and tried to hook up with this child at TwitchCon. And part of it comes from like being a father myself. Like, I am so thankful that my daughter never bumped into a groomer like Dr. Disrespect trying to fuck her as a child at TwitchCon. Like, that is every parent's nightmare. So that's what this guy's about.
It was a minor problem, a minor mistake. Okay,
dude, he's just bad at math. No, it seems like it might be just you in his corner. It looks like everybody doesn't like him.
Yeah. Like I said, we're up on that mountain. We're up on that mountain, just back to back, surrounded by oppressors.
Oppressors.
Yeah.
You see everyone trying to colonize Dr. Disrespect.
They see a 6'8", 42-year-old man wearing body armor, a wig, and glasses with a weird mustache, and they say, "I don't know about this guy. I don't think I want him with my 17-year-old daughter." And I say, "Bigot."
17.
It's posh.
That's a tricky thing. There are a lot of
17. I hope it's 17.
That he hasn't locked in. So his apologists are like, the kid was probably a few days shy of 18. And you don't know, maybe the kid said all the sexy stuff and Dr. Disrespect was just giving her business advice all this time. Meanwhile, Dr. Disrespect hasn't said anything like that. I think he's afraid that the contents of the conversation will come out and prove him lying again. And I say again, because he spent years pretending he had no idea why he was kicked off of Twitch and Discord.
Yeah.
When
that's an NDA.
He said he didn't know why. Like that's not. It's not. I can't talk about why. It's. I think.
Well, you lie when there's an NDA. If I say NDA, you like. You're like, oh, it must be the worst thing possible.
When you said that's an NDA, it made it sound like he wasn't able to talk about it. He could have said, "I know what I did, and we're going to keep it quiet." But he's like, "I have no idea." His line was, "There are purple snakes out to get me." That's what
he lied because there was an NDA, because he can't be exactly forthcoming, and what's forthcoming doesn't sound good anyway, but sometimes an NDA is just like, they were fucking me over, bro, and I have to keep quiet about it, and they paid me off. So like, you never know. But I think in this case, clearly
covered on wasn't PKN. That. Like, if he clearly isn't hamstrung totally, because he wrote a fucking book about it on Twitter, and within that, it's like he showed the extent to which he could talk about it, and well within that extent would be him stating, "She said she was 24, and I was befuddled, and I didn't know," and like he didn't say any of that.
It's possible that
to believe that's not the case,
or that the NDA isn't, or that the NDA isn't binding because a Twitch employee leaked that information. Like maybe there's a clause for that if your side comes out, this looks bad. Look, I love a whistleblower, but man, I hope that guy's okay. I hope he's not like. Whoever that was that came forward and released all this information, hope he's safe somewhere.
Are there a lot of people still staying in Doc's corner? Like, but what I've seen, like pretty much everybody's like, well, "Fuck this guy."
I think it's just him and Kyle.
It's just us. It's just us.
Him and Kyle pretending right now.
When this story broke, Bloomberg did some like actual investigative reporting and has confirmed from 3 different sources that he was sexting with a minor knowingly, and that like there are a lot of people who were kind of. Like making up scenarios where it would be less inappropriate aspiring pedophile behavior, but that is not the case. Yeah, he doesn't have much of a defense on this one, it would seem, according to Bloomberg.
It doesn't seem like it.
And they're triple checked sources.
It just doesn't make sense why he wouldn't have addressed it differently if it was a more favorable situation to him, because he would have been trying to get out in front of it if that was the case and be like, "Oh, let me clarify some stuff before anything gets wild." But like he didn't do that.
He's like, "I'm gonna leave. Where's P Diddy? That's where I want to be."
The word minor in and out, which is like
bad look,
such a key part of that. Like, do you think he was reading it afterward and he's like, "Ooh, this does look bad." Like,
honey, take a look at my apology video for the minor. What do you think? Ooh, you didn't write minor, did you? I mean, she was clearly. I mean, I knew it. You knew it.
One of
Twitch knew it. That's the other thing. Can we just talk about? Everybody's piling on Doc about this, rightfully so. But don't forget,
where's he?
Twitch has been keeping quiet officially that this massive streamer was sexting underage girls on a platform full of that, and issues with that, and like sexuality and children like commingling. In this awkward weirdness that is Twitch. If you go, we've talked about it before, the cam girls and and all the crazy shit that goes down there. And it's like, man, this is not about kids and video games. But you're pretending like it is. And there are kids in here watching you, like, show your camel toe and bounce your ass. It's pretty wild what goes down over there.
Twitch did talk about it a little. I have the Rolling Stone article in front of me. And here, I'll just read 2 paragraphs. The ex-Twitch employee has also provided Rolling Stone a more detailed account of internal conversations at Twitch following the report of Dr. Kidden Specs, I added that. Messages to his subsequent ban. They say the details of Beam's case are coming out because Connor's explosive tweet last week. Cody got the ball rolling. Me and many of my former colleagues are comfortable speaking up now because of it. Our priority has always been the safety of the victim and to keep their identity secret. As some of its streamers faced a flood of sexual misconduct allegations in June 2020, Twitch created an incident response team known as Gold Sparrow to develop a process to investigate and take action on the reports as one unit, the former employee says. We wanted to be able to process mounting investigations quicker and with more resources while providing as much support for victims as possible. So I guess they had a Gold Sparrow response team for screening pedophiles like Dr. Disrespect.
You got taken out by the Golden Sparrow.
Operation Golden Sparrow. That's okay.
When you hear the flutter of wings, think of us.
You know what? That was my favorite detail. The Gold Sparrow code name of it. It made it sound like a more intentional effort. I know you guys both took lame away, but I took
so lame.
That's
there's
so
like
lame.
5 people. I hope they had brooches.
They're like, all right, guys, week 1, we got to come up with a name. Week 2, we're getting on this. Operation Gold Sparrow.
So that's why it took from 2017. He got banned in 2020. Does that sound right? Like it was,
I don't remember.
Yeah,
there's no way it was.
I thought it was 2017 when everything happened, but I don't keep up with him or really care about him. Like I haven't liked his content for like 14 years. I used to do these video skits where he was training like a Padawan called Randy.
I remember those.
Those were good. And it was like he was also making them where everybody else was just making commentary with no camera of themselves. And it was just really plain Jane shit. It was early Modern Warfare 2 days. And he was including with that like skits that were filmed well and acted well. And there was characters and a storyline going on, and I was kind of into it. He was like training a noob to be a gamer, but treating it like it was Karate the Kid or something. It was fun.
Yeah, as much as I've fussed about him, I was talking to Jackie today. I was like, I do have to give him credit. Like, he would have seemingly prepared speeches for winning a game of Fortnite. Then the background would change, and he'd be in a locker room or in front of American flags. I don't fucking know, but like, it wasn't just him sitting like he always did. He'd get up and walk around the virtual room with good, production quality. And either he has a real knack for making a speech off the top of his head, or he had something prepared. Either way, he was doing more than everybody else was. And that's got to be a huge part of his success. But he was also trying to fuck more children than everybody else, and that's his
downfall.
The
costume too. I'm gonna be honest. I like that costume. I think that thing's fucking cool. We always talk about branding. Get your Twitter to fucking match your YouTube. No, that's branding. That's branding. Like he in a sea of pale faced, lightly bearded men. Suddenly there was a 6'8" tall giant with a mullet and body armor who was screaming at you with that absurd mustache. And it was like, all right, there's no way. It's kind of like when a UFC fighter has rainbow hair or ridiculous tattoos. The next time you see him, which might be 3, 4, 6, 8 months from now in some other show, you're like, oh yeah, I remember this guy now. He's Rainbow Warrior. Yeah, okay. And you kind of become a fan of someone because they are recognizable.
It's too old for most of our audience now, but Chuck Liddell was a UFC fighter. He had a mohawk, and he had these blue shorts he was called the Iceman. And were they blue flames or something, or white flames on his blue shorts?
Something like that.
My point is, I think a 6-year-old could draw this guy with crayons and identify that guy's Chuck Liddell. Like, I would know what he was going for.
Or that or Mr. T.
Yeah.
Well, he's not black.
But, color him in,
I guess. But my point was, like, Dr. Disrespect's, if that same kid with the crayons drew Dr. Disrespect, I'd like, I know what you're going for.
I legitimately haven't
and
seen
he may have to. He may have to. There's kids everywhere right now with a sketch artist. Like, this is the man.
In
this is the man.
Dude, they should let the kids draw the sketch thing. We're looking for a tall, scary man, like with sharp teeth and mismatched eyes.
Also, he's green.
There's one guy walking around with like a poorly drawn top hat on. He's like, I gotta get out of here.
With 3 fingers.
3 fingers of his stick body sprinting away.
We're looking for the 3-fingered man.
Yeah. I had not seen, I haven't seen any content of Dr. Disrespect. And I guess
A decade.
Like it sounds old. I think you were right about like 14, 15 years, because I remember how he'd be dressed up in his getup, and then he'd transition into Randy wearing like sweatbands on a treadmill and be like, "You have to keep going to be the ultimate gamer," or like some shit like that. And I remember at the time seeing it and being like, "Man, these only have like 8,000 views," like, which even then wasn't a lot. Then he exploded and got a little too big for his britches. Seemingly starts messaging underage people.
You know what's crazy too? He was bad at the game. Like somehow he went from console to PC, and unlike the rest of us, he just got super good at games. Like I mean, not super good.
Oh,
but
you
like,
think he was bad in the early days?
He was always bad on this controller. Like he was bad at Modern Warfare. His videos would be like, "This is one step above a junkyard quickie." You know,
how did he win 2 blockbuster championships?
What the fuck is a blockbuster? I'm sorry, I don't know what a blockbuster championship is.
He's a 2-time blockbuster champion.
Oh, that's the stick he's got. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. What's he up to now?
Who? Dr. Disrespect?
Junkyard.
Blockbuster's gone. I don't know. He
Junkyard had a heart
eBay
attack.
entrepreneur. Oh, wait, you made that up.
Yeah, I did.
It was pretty good.
He always seemed like a nice guy. I never really knew him.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
That's about all I knew.
Yeah, we're just annoyed by like his presence in our community, I suppose. There was just a Tupperware salesman inexplicably making Call of Duty videos. It was
there was a real high school lunch table vibe back then at some point. They'd be like, "Hey, everybody, this is who we're bullying," and then smaller channels would be like, "Okay, I don't want to be bullied."
So I follow Formula One a lot.
That wasn't
it. In Formula One, they're all great drivers, and there's 20 drivers, and probably the 16th best driver is this guy named Lance Stroll. His dad owns his team. Everybody else in his shoes is worried they're going to lose their seat. That's what they call losing their job. Except this guy whose dad owns the team. Everyone's dad is rich. Every one of these kids is a Nepo baby. But multi-billionaire, that's just one. You know, most of their fathers have a measly like 185 million, something like that. Yeah, fucking barely a pot to piss in. But this guy's dad is a multi-billionaire, and he bought the team so that his kid could live his dream of being an F1 driver, and everybody hates him. He's not even the worst driver on the grid, but because he's such a doesn't deserve his spot, maybe even more, then people treat him differently. Back to Junkyard. He was a preferred Machinima director? I forget that was called.
Him and Ken Burns. They were
yeah, and they just had this position above everybody but Hutch, it seemed. And we were all like, it just didn't seem fair. It didn't seem right.
Oh, yeah. Do you remember after that?
Upload space on this loser. He's literally a woman's shoe salesman. This is a guy who
sold cowboy clothes.
He invented the side hustle in fucking 2007, people. Okay. He had all these little jobs, and Call of Duty commentary was, "Hey, this will be another piece of the pie. Here's a junkyard quickie for you." And I don't care what you do over there, but he was taking a slot away from people who were it
was a zero-sum game.
Doing what we were doing, who were good at it and focused on it. And it's this is his
he'd upload a video, like a search and destroy video, where someone else got a clutch or something. And be like, that was another quickie. And it's like,
it wasn't search. What was
sabotage? He would upload a sabotage where someone sprinted to the other side and planted the bomb, so you could have a 90-second fucking video. And he called them junkyard quickies.
And then, he'd get one kill in the whole video. He'd get one kill in the whole video. And all the commentary was basically, "I don't know why you're watching this thing on Machinima channel. You should go out to my channel and check out more content." He would just advertise.
I hope you like this video here on Machinima. Come on over to my channel. This was just a 30-second ad for my channel, really. It took a spot away from a guy who made a 27-minute commentary where he went 804 in domination. But
dude, I'd always be seeing those junkyard quickies pop up, and I'm like, I've got a 68 and 0 TDM in my Dropbox. Can you
sniper rifle?
Yeah, I burned a good story on that one. If you could please upload
Shore Wars won't upload it.
Oh yeah, Shore Wars did everything other than be like, "Fuck you." When you ask, "Hey, I've got 9 videos in my Dropbox and none of them have been uploaded in a month," he'd be like, "Is that right, Taylor? Go fuck yourself." Yeah, we're going to upload it. Never. It's going to be in this Dropbox until the Dropbox service expires the content and it falls into the internet abyss. Yeah, so I do remember everybody being mad about that. But as a dude, he seemed
So that is why I picked on him and led campaigns against him.
I do remember. Yeah, you did not care for being passed over. You're like, I'm doing silly Russian voices, and this guy's not.
There was a point where I was big enough that they'd upload anything I wanted, but then like I'd give them what was the best I could do, and they'd be like, all right, Woody, we uploaded it, but can you like give us a better video next time? And I'm like, well, fuck you. I'm never giving you any videos. Like that's actually the best I could do.
Yeah, I remember like the first.
I was
FPS
proud of that
one.
Yeah.
I think the first FPS
We
Russia
put it on the
commentary
fridge.
was with you, Woody, right? You guys
Say
did
that again.
The first FPS Russia video was with Woody, right? The first DualCon you guys did when you started really promoting it.
He definitely was on my channel, like when FPS Russia was still a gamer. But I don't know if
that was maybe the
probably
first one I watched, and immediately I'm like, "Oh, Kyle does a good Russian accent." Like,
No, I did it. No, maybe I don't know. I did a bunch of stuff like that initially to try to promote it. I know I did probably a free for all on what's that, man?
Shipment.
No, I hated Shipment.
You did a free for all on Shipment where you only used direct impact noob kills.
Yeah, that was funny. Yeah. I don't really remember, but I know I did like dual comms with Woody and with X-Jaws and maybe with Wings and some other people, right away to try to promote it. I think so. I wish I could remember that. I can't believe I can't remember the name of that map now. It's been so long ago. I haven't played COD 4 since they did the remaster.
Can you describe it? What game was it? COD 4?
Yeah, COD 4.
Modern Warfare 2?
Was it the boat one?
No, that Modern Warfare 2 is Modern Warfare 2. I'm talking about Call of Duty 4.
Okay.
Was it Wet Work?
It's the one that's got a congested, like a little Arabic market in the middle, and then it's got a long street. No, that's a helicopter in the middle.
Showdown.
Might be Showdown. No, it's not Showdown. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Zach says it's district. Probably is. In any case, it doesn't matter.
Thank you, Zach. Dude, do you want to shift to the debates?
Oh yeah.
Why are they starting it at 9:00? That's wild.
This is hard for me. I'm a political junkie. For all of you who don't want to hear about politics, you're welcome. You have no idea how much restraint I've shown as Trump got convicted for 34 felonies, how much restraint I've shown as like the weekly stuff comes out. Biden says something silly. Trump says something silly. I follow this shit like the biggest sports fan you've ever met.
You think he hates Dr. Disrespect? You don't even know how much he hates Donald Trump.
He hates Trump more. Yeah.
I mean, I try to follow with an unbiased heart. I doubt I succeed, but it is my goal. And tonight is like, I don't know, finals game 1. Like this is where the chip is earned. And we haven't
Who's
seen
the moderator? Like who?
It's CNN and it's Jake Tapper and Dana Bash. And I have thoughts on that too. Like a lot of people on the Trump side, they're like playing the refs already. They're like, those guys are so biased. They're terrible. They're going to be against us. We hate them.
Yeah.
And I think their goal is to get them to swing in the other direction and like, make sure that they can't possibly be accused of Trump bias, perhaps by being biased against Biden. I don't know. So I'll evaluate them after they're done. I mean, I recognize that Jake Tapper probably in his heart doesn't like Trump, but we'll see what he says.
Said horrific. They've played montages of Jake Tapper.
Did
like,
yeah.
I just saw a tweet from like a while ago, but I don't.
He was one of those like, to save democracy, don't vote for this guy.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Like he was like.
Well, we'll see how he does in the thing. But like I said, I never thought Jake Tapper in his heart wasn't down the middle, but we'll see how he does in the debate.
I think he's very evidently partisan.
He's so far left.
I'm not denying. Okay, let's all agree.
You can play
on
his own words on YouTube and watch montages of him treating the Trump presidency like it was like Hitler was in office and we needed to be. Are you afraid as you walk down the street like millions of other Americans? Like just a piece of shit. Those guys are so biased.
That's how I feel. How the right does it right now.
They do.
Tell you,
but they admit it. They're not hiding, and no one is like,
admitting it's the difference.
I don't know. John Hannity, he's right down the middle, fella. I tell you, he tells it like it is.
In his heart,
they say no. John Hannity's right wing. He was in the ministry, like he was almost a Catholic priest, and now he does talk radio. What side do you think he's on?
I mean, of course you admit it. He actually attends Trump rallies and speaks to the crowd behind the podium. Like that's.
Oh yeah.
You get hard to deny. Like.
Yeah. I mean, like,
Sure.
I don't know who this other person is you mentioned as a moderator, but like,
You would if you saw
Jake Tapper's pretty
Dana
funny.
Bash.
To
You probably
think that
recognize
it's
her.
biased.
it's not even. I don't know. I don't know exactly what the format's going to be, how it's going to work, how interruptions are going to be handled, how the microphone muting is going to handle, how the fact checking is going to be displayed or given to the. And I don't know what the live audience looks like either.
So they ask a question, you get, I think, 90 seconds to answer it, and then the rebuttals are 60 seconds. If it's not that, it's 60 and 30, but it's something like that. The other person's mic it's not fully muted. Like CNN did this demonstration, but the other guy sounds garbled and unintelligible. You can only hear like perhaps that he's saying something without making out the words. And
that's not even a debate.
Well, is it? I mean, in a debate, you're typically like Hope was in speech and debate, and you don't get to interrupt and yell over each other. Instead, you remain quiet while that person goes and you take turns. What Trump did last time was just try to yell over Biden, especially in the first debate. He yelled over Biden the whole time.
Well, in traditional speech and debate, like I'm sure Hope participated in, like they take it much more seriously staying on topic than they do in these political kind of shows where it's like, actually, you're debating oil production in the United States compared to nuclear. Could we get back to that? Like because it's a class and because they'll like force them to do that. Like a lot of
speech and debate is worse, I would argue. So like what would happen is I'd make my point and I'd try to have like 7 facts that back me up. Now you're in this position where you have to beat all 7. And if you don't, I'm beating you. And it's like, I think if you very persuasively beat 3 of them, you should win. Even if there's 4 silly, stupid things. They don't like weight and grade my different things. It's just like who scored. Woody's up 4-0 because Taylor couldn't beat him. Now it's Taylor's turn. See how many Woody can dispute. And that's not what I'm going for. Debunk. And but this, it's a little more about charisma and persuasion. But we'll see. I like him muting it. Well, better yet, I want to try muting it because I've tried the interruption fest and I don't like it much.
I'm hoping somebody goes off script. I'm hoping it gets nasty and juvenile. I hope they're shouting and name calling. I hope that he talks about Biden's children and Biden talks about Trump's. I hope he calls Trump a felon and he's like takes one to no one or some shit.
I watched the person who prepared Biden for his debates in 2020. It was a woman. And she was ripping on Biden's children, so that when Trump did it, it wouldn't be the first time he hears this. And Biden put his hand on her wrist and he's like, I think you're enjoying this a little too much, which I thought was funny.
Yeah. Well, she's like, I am. I love it.
But
I don't think anything we don't already know about these two is going to be uncovered. Like that. It's just people like watching.
The pundits are all saying that it's about vibe. Like, can Trump stay hinged? I don't know if hinged is a term, unhinged is, but right. If Trump can not go unhinged, and if Biden can stay alert and capable and cognitively there, those are the things they're trying to prove. And to your point, it's really not about policy, although that's what I always like. I don't think that's what everybody likes.
What did you think about Trump asking for a drug test?
That to me is one of Trump many like digs and attacks. That's just like part of Trumpism. I didn't think that it was like actually a clever point that lands him voters. It's no different than him saying, Hunter's a cokehead.
It's just a way to
Hunter is a cokehead.
Is his argument passively by being like,
Hunter's
hey,
cool.
this guy isn't with it. This guy's crazy. He's an old doddering man who's confused constantly. Like it's just him. It's just a red meat statement.
And if he's not that at all, it's because they have drugs that last for 30 minutes that he took right before the debate. And
that's a big right-wing talking point that Biden is on something when he speaks because there are 2 or 3 different versions of Biden that we get. There's Sleepy Joe, and he still exists. I've seen Sleepy Joe in the last month. He's all fucking stroked out looking.
And then people behind him are like visible.
There's Mr. Burns Joe fucking creeping around with his vampire hand.
I'm going to make a prediction here, and we'll see what comes. But I think,
and then there's Alert State of the Union Joe.
I think Joe's a game day player, And that the version of him you see that's dragging and confused and walking around stage like a Roomba is when like this is the 5th thing he did that day. He's exhausted and he's not the best version of himself. But he's going to come into this thing where this is the only thing he's really got going for the day. As a matter of fact, all week long, this has been his primary focus. And we should see Game Day Joe. We'll see.
My lord, the drugs are precious. We must save them for the debate.
Yeah, I've seen that. Like, they debunk the fuck out of that. They're like, Adderall does not.
How would they debunk it?
Adderall apparently does nothing for cognitive decline. There's another drug, of Ritalin, I think, that does nothing for cognitive decline. There's one like Provavil. I'm terrible with drug names.
They have a magic
that lasts for 12
pill?
hours. So the Republican talking point is that the reason you see him trail off after 60 minutes and not do as well in the final 30 in his State of the Union is that the drug only lasts.
See, this is an interesting, real quick, Kyle. This is an interesting example of how fact checking actually works. Is people go, this is a doddering old man who's being led around on stage regularly, like mumbling in a way that even the people, his handlers, can't understand. And then some conspiracy theorists will be like, he's taking ultra super secret, like Alex Jones level. He's taking secret pills that make him a genius for brief windows. And then the fact checkers, instead of like what the true accusation there is, like this guy's goosed up because he's an old man, and they go instead, fact check. There is no magic limitless style pill that makes you a genius. Debunked. And then people who are convinced that Joe Biden is just selectively cogent will latch onto that, and people who are convinced that he's on pills won't pay attention to it, and they'll be like, nah, he is. He's clearly.
I think the accusation isn't that he has a limitless pill.
I think I buy into the idea that he does worse at the end of a long day.
You think
not
he's like
if he
early,
takes
like
Adderall? So the accusation is that he's taking stimulants, not that he has something that makes his neurons fire better, not that he has something that not even that it is something that improves cognitive performance on any measurable scale, something that peps him up. He's taking pep pills like Hitler did. Yeah, that's. I think they. And I'm not. That's the accusation that they're making, that they're shooting him up with. And look, I don't know if that's true or not. Maybe when it's State of the Union Day, they let him have a nap in the afternoon. Maybe that's it. I could believe. Give Joe 2 cups of coffee. Make him strong. You know, I could believe that's it. That honestly, I think that's probably it. If I'm being real, I'm not. I bet on State of the Union night, they're like, make sure the president gets his 3-hour nap this afternoon. He is an 80-year-old man. He thrives on them. Then give him 2 strong cups of coffee 30 minutes before we hit the stage. That way the jitters die down, and he'll be fucking Joe from 1995 again. I can believe that.
He's 81. Huh.
Yeah, he's
what you know.
Well, State of the Union, he was 80 during the State of the Union, though.
Oh, he probably, I don't know. He might be right. Yeah.
I'm just making it up. So my point
it works for me. I don't know.
But that would be my guess. He also could be, and I wouldn't discount it, that he's on a stimulant, a methamphetamine of some kind, like Adderall or Ritalin.
I just want you to hear that part. You know, if you think Trump is above taking an upper of some sort for,
we know he takes them.
Yeah, of course he probably.
I've seen the photos.
Pictures of his uppers. He's a man.
He has taken photos with.
I like to tweak.
His drawer was open and he had way too many uppers in it. But I didn't see him actually put them in his mouth. Maybe.
What do you call an X? Like you call tweets or Twitter, on Twitter you make tweets. On X, what do you make? Posts.
Yeah.
Everyone says tweets still. Like it hasn't caught on.
I really like the conversation we just had should have been had in front of Elon. Be like, see, here's the deal, Elon. Everybody posts stuff. We post stuff everywhere. It's a very old word, post. But tweeting something, we invented that here. When someone says I tweeted it or I read a tweet, everyone knows what app it was.
Yeah.
If now forevermore someone sees a post on X and they say, "Where did you get that information?" That late breaking news, and they'll say, "I read a post online.
I read an X." No one says that.
No.
Yeah, it's every bit as dumb as if Kleenex were to change their name. It's like, bro, no, you nailed it. You are the thing. Kleenex is the word they use.
It's the name for the other fucking delicate wipes.
What is it called?
For tissues.
Facial tissue, maybe? I don't know.
I don't know what the branding is. It's for blowing your nose. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Kleenex is it. Or if Google were to change the name, it'd be just as big a mistake. Like Google's a verb. and you don't change that. You've got it locked in.
Yeah. That's what. It's weird that he changed that.
How long is the debate supposed to be?
90 minutes, I'm pretty sure.
Of actual like participation and talking, or like
no,
90-minute TV block?
If there's not 2 commercial breaks, there's 3. It's something like that.
Why would they start it at? Isn't it 9 Eastern? Right?
Yes, it is 9. I'm
that
pretty
seems
sure.
Like when a Blues game when they're playing the fucking Hurricanes and a game starts at 9 Eastern. I'm like, oh, the fuck, this won't be done till 11.
You think it should have? So it should go till 10:30. Would 8 to 9:30 be better? I don't know, because that's 5 West Coast.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think 9 is the time.
That's so. I guess East Coast people are used to staying up late for this stuff. It just feels late. These are 2 geriatric men. They're going to be sleepy.
Which one do you think does more late night?
I know
work?
Biden's a night owl, and I suspect Trump is.
Everybody knows Trump's is. He's always on social media like late at night. I don't think that'll affect him. They both got their naps. I want nastiness. I want Trump to yell something mean, and Biden's not above being mean now too. So he could come back with some snarky shit too. There's some little clips for us to watch. That's my big hope from the debate. If I had to guess now, I'd say Biden's probably the more likely one to win. I would say right now. So I think the onus is on Trump to do well. And if you're a Trump fan, or if you're just a Biden hater, you better hope for Biden to drop the ball tonight, because that's what we need.
Both sides. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were finished.
Yeah.
Both sides said that Trump didn't really prepare for this debate. Instead, he went on podcasts and shows and did rallies and stuff like that, but he didn't do mock debates. He feels like that. And he didn't like study up on issues, because he feels like that's school and he doesn't like it. But we'll see. Because part of me is like, you didn't prep for the debate. You didn't do your homework. You're going to look like a fool. But the debate's not about the things that I like. I like to see some guy have a well-formed policy, or list the things that actually happened and prove why they're right about a thing.
That's not.
But I think the actual winner of a debate is the one who had the big gotcha moment. I think
he's going to come off better, more commanding and trustworthy and less petty. I think if you come off looking juvenile and weak, I think if they can see that your feelings are hurt and you're lashing out, that's a terrible look. I think you got to keep calm and collected while not getting bulldozed over. And that goes for both of them.
Mm-hmm.
I think the rules are different for Biden. I think if Trump, for example, if Trump were to attack Biden's kids, that would just be Trump, right? This is what he does. If Biden turns around and counterattacks Trump's children, maybe Don's cocaine accusations or Kushner's investments or whatever he goes for, Biden will look bad. He'll lose that exchange.
Honestly, it's because all you've got is maybe, I don't know about those cocaine allegations. I think you just made them.
No, they came from unreliable internet sources, but they are what they are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like you. I'm teasing, but what I'm saying is, one guy's kid was convicted of the crimes surrounding his drug use, and that and just to once again show how centrist I am. The crimes he was accused of are nonsense, non-constitutional fucking crimes. Gun use by a felon or by a drug user or whatever the fuck it is. It's basically lying on your 4473 form when you purchase a gun. Are you a drug user? No. Oh, I don't. He had
that gun for 7 days.
Oh, okay. That I don't believe. That I believe they managed to they paid someone to craft a narrative in which that
you're just wrong, and I'll explain why. His wife took the gun, threw it away, reported to the police in which dumpster they would find it, and they did.
What?
Yeah.
All right. That makes him look worse, though.
Oh yeah, yeah. He was a drug addict, and he and his wife were not in a good place.
That's worse than just owning the gun for a year.
Yeah, I don't know.
He was so unstable. The person who knows him most threw the gun away and called the authorities. Meanwhile,
to prove how centrist I am, this all seems accurate. Yeah, that's about right.
That's a wild one for me. Ladies and gentlemen, Richard Ryan joining us on the show.
Do your earbuds finally work in StreamYard?
Oh, your microphone is
Your mic.
Your mic is
I've heard better.
Brought you in on a high and just tripped on the way to the stage.
Oh man.
Oh, they were booing the doc, but now all the boos are Richard Ryan
muted.
section.
You're muted, bro.
Be right back.
He'll figure it out.
So
I had the AirPods.
Can't hear you yet.
Yeah. That, is your game?
Zach, can you provide him instruction in the sidebar?
Hold on.
And
Zach's like, I'll handle it.
Zach
You're about
says,
to get
"I'll
beat
handle
up, Richard Ryan.
Yeah. Zach's a big boy. Or I guess Richard and Zach are big boys, but
Yes.
Zach's lean.
I like that lean. I was about to say the same thing, and I was struggling for a complimentary phrasing.
Yes, yeah. Lean is a good way to say skinny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which
have you seen The Expanse?
I watched the first 3 episodes, and I lost interest in it.
What did they call the asteroid people? Reuters? Belters.
Belters? Wow.
Zach's got that Belters build.
I've heard you guys talk as much about it that I kind of know the vernacular. But yeah, I will not be watching any of the debate. I will get X's that summarize it later, where it'll be
those will be
check
good.
out this funny clip of Trump, going on one of his rants, or Biden forgetting what he's doing mid-sentence,
or mispronouncing a word or something. Yeah.
So we'll see. I don't like. It's just they should be like no holds barred, like verbal fights up there. Like, I want the debates to be like the way British people do Parliament, where it's like, oh, that's interesting you'd say that, mate, because you're a pedo. Isn't that true? Did you guys not know this? Oh, yeah, a real pedo. And the other one's like, mate, I say so. And it slaps him with the glove. Like, that's what I want. I want to see if these guys are capable of fighting in a way that isn't so carefully curated by whatever television network has rights to air it. Because that when I hear stuff like, well, we have to mute some mics, we have to, quick transition away from things at times and shut this person down in the middle of a point, like that tells me like, okay, well, that's interesting. That can be used in a way that involves a lot of bias. Who's making the determinations for when these measures are taken? People like Jake Tapper.
So you're wrong on that part. I agree with you in the beginning. The measures, there's a clock that does that measuring. And what was the second one? When they shut down, the mics are muted when it's not your turn to talk. Boom.
Yeah.
I do like the idea. I've seen the British Parliament debates, like you're talking about, and they're fantastic. But in America, it's proven that they just scream over each other, and whoever doesn't stop talking wins the point, and it's shit.
I think it should be that, because they don't delve into anything deep enough anyway to solve it. It'll be Trump Trump will be like, I love Israel more, and Biden will be like, no, that's not true. I was Jewish for many years back in 1930. and then Trump will be like, you're a liar. Oh, I'm a Jew too. Do you know this? I'm Jewish. Like
we've tried them talking at the same time. I'm ready to try something else, because the same time thing was terrible.
When you give too much power to moderators, you just get whatever they want to happen up there, which is going to be
it's clocks. Like, I don't know why you think the moderators have all this power. They're timed responses, and then the mic's cut off.
Often you don't get enough time to respond in a real way. They'll be like, oh, talk about how...
But you're acting like the mods are determining when the mic's cut off.
They do.
The clock does.
Sometimes to me it feels like UFC
moderators
rules infractions
time limit.
where there are
the teams agreed to the time limit months ago.
But it's just stupid. Like, there's no way to actually have a meaningful discussion. Like, if we tried to solve any issue, even a tech issue, in like a 90-second back and forth response,
we'd be fucked.
No one is coming out of that with more knowledge or insight than they went into it. Like, it's just, okay, it's your turn to say whatever speaking points you were told by your handlers to say. Interesting, very interesting. Now you say that. And so the time limit is almost a way to shut down any sort of actually engaging and genuine discourse, because it's just going, point to point to point to point, and nothing gets solved or discovered. And that's
I
why
hear you. I just have less trust in each side of the politicians to make their points quickly and not just filibuster.
I'd put them in bubbles. I'd put them in bubbles like a fucking game show. I would put them in bubbles with cones of silence. I don't even want to be able to hear you yell loud enough to make his microphone pick up or some shit. Like I genuinely want them to be silenced and have exact amount of times. That's how you would do it if you wanted to get.
I'm in the middle. I like what they're doing,
results.
which is you kind of embarrass yourself if you try to talk when it's not your turn. I hear you mumbling. I can barely make it out. You sound like a frustrated old man. Go ahead. You know, and then the person who is able to wait for his turn looks better.
Yeah, I disagree. I would rather see it and have it feel a bit sincere and genuine. Like I want to see them get heated and yell at each other a bit. That's good. That's more compelling and interesting. Like seeing two people rattle off whatever their, pledges page on their donor site is not interesting.
Yeah.
And you don't learn anything.
We tried that. Trump lost. I thought in my eyes, Trump seemed kind of alpha, but everybody hated him. He came off like an asshole and he crashed in the polls and lost the race. That's what happened in 2020.
Yeah, I mean that's a little harsh and revisionist. Like a lot of people,
it's a little pumping up. Maybe I pumped it up a little, but that is what happened. People thought he was an asshole.
Well,
and practically everyone agrees he
I
lost.
think you're referencing a New York Times post poll, right? That was like D plus 20 or some shit. Like the same way the Fox News poll shows, oh, our guy won. Isn't this crazy? Like,
no, I'm referencing like what happened in the combination of polls, the legit ones, like the 538 who put them all together, the Real Clear Politics, the race to the whitehouse.com, all those people who look at the different polls and aggregate them to try to get a more accurate one. You look after that first debate, Trump did poorly.
Do we have you, Mr. Richard?
Yeah, I was like, fuck it. I'm taking the AirPods out. I'm going to go get the mic and everything.
Yeah, dude.
Beautiful place.
Much better.
Yeah.
See, we need your smiling face in these trying political times.
Oh, yeah.
We were just solving all of America's issues.
Yes. We were talking
Let's hear
about the debate format. We were going back and forth on whether they should be able to interrupt and scream over each other or be muted when it's not their turn.
I'm in favor of yelling and screaming and fighting and a little bit of organic panache from our elected officials. And Woody's like, no, I want it to be gay and boring and slow.
Is
I
it
want
boring
people
though to
wait their
cut the
turn.
mic? I think that's. I feel like all of those guys just want to
Zach cut his
filibuster
mic.
everybody.
No,
Oh my God, Taylor, you just got 2v1'd over here. These are the things I said.
Don't cut his mic, actually.
I love it.
Dude, that'd be so funny if every time a guest comes on and like they say something we disagree with, we're like, that cut his mic. Because Harry Potter is not better than Lord of the Rings, and I won't hear it.
We should probably
Better and more profitable.
politics talk because
It's a true hero's tale.
I appreciate the listeners for sticking around as long as they did.
Oh no, that was fun. We talked about Dr. Disrespect at length in the
Dr.
beginning
Kid
of the show.
Inspect is his new name.
That's just not rolling off the tongue. I'm gonna let you know.
Yeah, that's a little bit of Ron DeSanctimonious. We got to go back to the drawing board.
So it's a winning strategy.
Dr. Disrespect. No, you do Dr. Disrespect pediatric medicine. That's the one.
You like
That's
that
the
more?
one.
I like
so much more. I don't even know what you're saying.
Are you in
Kid
favor
Inspector?
of Dr. Disrespect?
Kid Inspect, Dr. Kid
So-
Inspect. You can pretend you don't hear it, but you know it.
I don't know much about the story. I just saw one line scrolling the other day, and
He was sexting with a minor, and he tried to meet up with this minor at TwitchCon.
Yeah,
And he was also ripped
like
off
17-year-old minor or like 11-year-old.
No, they don't
minor?
know the age.
we don't know.
Some of his apologists have said.
How old is he?
one of the
35
apologists.
at the
That's what the
time.
article said.
He's in his 40s.
What article
Oh,
said
shit.
that?
When the like Twitch guy who came forward, I could have sworn
That
he
fake
used
email that
number
was on the
17.
anonymous account that he deleted 12 hours later.
I don't know what that is, but I'm talking about like the guy who came forward and like was the initial whistleblower. I thought he said the number 17. I could have sworn. So I've been saying 17 the whole time. I thought as bad as that is, it's hard to make that too funny. I mean, you could do it. We just did. But the really funny one is this trans sex worker
one that helped him get off.
Yeah, the trans sex worker that he was sexting with, and he was making her give him free sex shows in exchange for promises of Twitch partnership help.
How many did he bilk out? How many free sex shows did he get before?
Tweet at her. There's her Twitter. If you scroll down, her cans are bigger than your fucking head, Taylor.
Oh, that's got to be a dangerous gambit. These are gonna pop.
It's gonna get
I
wild
didn't
soon.
even click on it
Real
yet.
soon.
So
Hey.
this person's now going in on the old doc who only did something reprehensible.
All he did was the worst thing you can imagine, and everyone's just piling on.
Everyone's mad because he's a chomo.
Dude, you know what blew over? You know what's going to blow over faster than this? That one politician who's like, "Yeah, and I'll kill another dog." You remember that?
It's like
I don't even remember her name.
Remember when Trump was like, "The world has got 10 feet taller." Like, what if she was like, "I just killed another dog. Keep it up, motherfuckers."
Who was it? Was that Christine Gnomsky or something?
Yeah,
like
you
remember
remember
that?
that?
The one who had, yeah, it's a bad look.
Do you still like program, Woody?
No,
No,
I haven't done it. Not in anything serious.
Do you keep
My fish
up?
Tank.
You keep up in the world of things going on, like hacks and stuff like that?
I don't think so. Why? What do you got?
I just because the whole sexting thing, I feel like there's about to be a lot of dirty laundry aired out. Not quite client side scanning, but over the last 5 years or so, the local AI system, machine learning, and photos and everything else has become way more sophisticated. And I think we're really, really close to people being able to use either agents or whatever to target people's iMessages, Instagrams, and everything else, and just scrape everything. Like this one kid has this brilliant hack. I forget his name. I feel so bad not being able to remember, but it's called copy waste. And so essentially what it would do is anytime you copy and paste something on your device, be it your laptop or whatever, it would take and it would upload whatever it is to a Discord server. And so essentially everything's backed up and archived. So there's going to be ways to sort all this information that people have historically had, be it text messages, sex, and stuff like that. And I feel like a lot more questionable people out there are going to get hung out to dry really soon.
If it gets out how often I paste poorly spelled words into Google to fix it, I'm going to be very embarrassed.
I'd start Googling my life right now.
Where to use?
I feel
mean,
like
balloon. How many L's? How many O's? Nobody knows that.
like if every sext from every A-list celebrity dropped or whatever, like it would just, I feel like, be a flood effect where you couldn't even draw attention to all of it. There would be so much, and there would be people within that who are saying, this is clearly AI. I never did this. And then it's going to be people like, oh man, well, do we believe the copy waste guy, or do we believe Brad Pitt's PR, whoever it is, someone big like it,
not Brad,
or a politician? How long until a politician, they find him like, hey, here's a video of you hula dancing and then engaging in some untoward behavior on Epstein Island. And they're like, no, look at how many fingers I have. Okay, well, it's the right number of fingers.
Hunter Biden laptop. Like, how do you top that?
All right. Well, let's not act like that was some sophisticated fucking WikiLeaks shit.
That was just some guy who's like
at the store.
Yes, I'm owed $70 by this man, and he didn't pay me. So go fuck yourself. Here you
Imagine
go.
recording yourself doing every awful crime you can think of, basically, except for hurting people, and then being like, "Man, my crime laptop isn't working." Sir, would you handle my crime laptop for me, please?
I'll never be back to get it.
Where did my crime laptop end up? Oh, well, let's just get another one. Got to get back to crime.
He tapes the username password on the
Is that part true?
That would be fun.
Okay.
Well,
It doesn't sound out of character.
He probably gave the guy the password. The guy was there to fix his laptop. He'd probably need such a thing.
Yeah.
What were you going to say? Who was most likely?
I was going to say, like, which celebrities do you think would be the biggest falls from grace? Because, like, there's some nice guys out there. I'll tell you, I can't imagine Keanu Reeves being anything other than like the nicest man in the world. When I read little quotes from him, or when I see hidden camera footage of him, like on a subway or walking down a street, or just interactions with fans, or just, occasionally you'll see that story was like 18 years ago, I bumped into Keanu Reeves on the street. I was drenched from the rain. He gave me his umbrella and said, "Weather's nice today, eh?" and skipped off onto a rainbow. And I'm like, holy shit, that's true. I believe that. So I just believe the best about him, and I would refuse to believe anything bad. Like if bad shit came out about Keanu, I'd be like, they're trying to take down a good man.
You'd
a
give
guy
him
who I really like, who I think might not be as perfect as I project onto him, Chris Pratt.
Yeah.
I think Chris Pratt, look, you know why? He went through a divorce. Who goes through a divorce without saying something mean or regrettable during that process? Really?
Someone who's nice.
I'm alone on this island? I bet he called his wife a name along the way. I bet he...
That's some minor league shit. He curses?
Yeah, well, you know,
I see. You're talking about if his text messages got leaked.
Yeah, if his communications leaked, if all of a sudden we knew all of his dirt, he'd come off like an asshole, and he currently comes off like a saint.
No, I'm thinking like Epstein.
So you may not know this.
Stuff.
He is hated by a huge branch of the world.
But they're stupid. Did they just hate him because he's Christian?
Yeah, basically.
The light Christianity and the hunting and sort of the not being gay, they just really hate that, you know. Like if he just stuck one penis, he could get back in good graces, but he won't do it. He won't do it.
Do they know?
He won't do it. He's a man of principle. He won't suck a dick.
I think that I don't think anything. He seems like a simple man, if I'm being honest. Like that. I bet that guy drinks cheap beer.
Shout out Chris Pratt, friend of the show.
Yeah, absolutely, always.
Yeah.
I think it's entertainers who are like in the music industry. I think that's where the real nasty motherfuckers are. I think that well, I mean, we just saw the P. Diddy stuff, but I think it's lots of people in hip hop. Every one of those rock bands back when rock existed. Like there is no rock now. I don't think rock and roll really is a thing anymore. Not by my definition or most people's. But like the OGs of rock, like everybody.
Van Halen. I don't know.
All of those people were with underage girls. Some of them wrote books about it. All of those people, yeah. I don't want to throw him under the bus. Lots of. I
feel like some people wrote songs about it.
They did. They had ready access to these really young fans, and I don't know. I don't think we were IDing like we do today back then for some reason.
Probably
I blame the parents.
Well, you know, you need strong parents,
and also the pedophiles, and the pedophiles, and
this whole thing.
Number one, the parents. Look, you know,
so true.
You know, who sent them, paid their way to the pedophile concert.
These pedophiles are like the scorpion in the Scorpion and the Frog parable.
Thank you, Taylor.
You knew what I was before you saw me put on a fucking mustache and wig.
Trump should have used that defense with sexual assault. Like you know, he does.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you guys not like pussy? I was under the impression we all liked it. What are you, a gay guy?
Like that's he'd take that angle of it. They'd be like, oh, no, I like pussy.
And I think that like a lot of the good girl like celebrities are way more catty than they seem. I bet Taylor Swift's an awful person. I bet she's like shitting on other lady performers. Although I really do think that one Taylor Swift hate subreddit is like getting into my head. The Travis and Taylor subreddit. It's recommended to me continuously.
What are you doing?
Dude, I never go to it.
What are you doing online?
I won't judge you. It happens to me too. I'm seeing all this Travis and Taylor content. I'm not even subscribed to the Dr. Disrespect subreddit, and I never miss a post at this point because Reddit's figured out that I can't not click on this stuff.
I'm gonna click it.
But the Travis and Taylor stuff, it seems petty to me. They found her sing poorly one time from like 9 years ago, and I guess there's a recording from high school where she says she was unpopular and bullied, but she kind of looked like everyone was kissing her ass in this video.
I think she had talked about being unpopular later in life, and like she'd written songs like, "Oh, this is inspired by how horrible I was treated in high school." And then they show this clip of her in high school as a country music star. By the way, she's Taylor Swift. She was Taylor Swift in high school, and everybody's just like, you know, there's a celebrity at our school who brought a fucking camera crew. It's a party for Taylor.
Dude, her father was an important person in Nashville. So like she really sort of Taylor Swift. She had a leg up to get her career started. But I think she's the most successful music artist the planet's had so far. She spent more weeks at like the Billboard #1 than anybody else ever has.
Yeah, I don't know the metrics too well. It's one of those things I feel like where they're like, yeah, but this person sold this many albums or this person made this much gross money. I don't know. She seems to be one of the hottest tickets in the world right now, and I see those sold out concerts, and it's absurd.
I see that
boring.
They're acting like no one really likes her, you know, on that Travis and Taylor subreddit. And then I saw her at Wembley Stadium, and they were cheering for her so much it like registered on the Richter scale. She's like, oh my God, the ground is shaking. Let's not pretend she's not popular right now.
No one's pretending that.
Travis and Trailer pretends that it's all Americans flying over, that they're the only people who want to see it.
Yeah, you'll see some dumb posts on there. I saw one where like she's meeting like a sick, dying fan or something and it seemed seemingly backstage. But she's wearing her costume. You know, she does like a bunch of costume changes. It's basically like a single piece bathing suit covered with sequins and tassels and shit. They're like, she couldn't put on anything more appropriate before she took a picture with a dying fan. I'm like, what are you talking about? I would want her in her fucking cool ass outfit that probably cost $8,000. Like they could be petty and shitty. I more zone in on like when they catch her lip syncing at like every performance. And also she seems to to be fair, we're all human beings, you know, it could be humid where she is. But she's like blowing these big snot boogers into her hand and sort of trying to like drip flick them away.
Wow, casting a lot of first stones here, man. You've never had to blow your nose and there's nothing.
I wish she'd commit though and do a snot rocket. And she's like, full on, just like gets up. It's like some.
I was with Taylor. Now I'm back with Kyle.
Close it right in her face. Like that would be sick if she had a. You know, she's gonna need to do that every night. Like have that be a punctuation
Travis
mark
could
to one
teach
of her
her that.
songs.
As a pro football player, I bet he can.
Yeah, one of their theories is that their whole relationship is fake, and I also see people who think that she's a trans woman, and
that's crazy.
You know, I see all that, and I know that that's silly goofiness. But then again, when I liked Dave Grohl calling her out the other day. You know, Dave Grohl's like, "We're gonna be here playing live for you," unlike some people. Yeah, hey, I don't want to piss off the Swifties or anything, but boop, boop, this is on.
He said that he was doing the Errors tour, unlike the Eras tour, which is what hers is called, ERAS. And he's like, this one will be live. Now, I didn't realize that I guess the Swifties attacked his kid. Not Taylor, but her fans attacked his kid. Wow. So he attacked Taylor. And I don't have enough details to figure out who's right.
I do. So Dave Grohl's daughter went after. Tell me about the Silmarillion for the 15th time.
I've never gone deep on the Silmarillion, and you know it.
Tell me what size boot Frodo would have worn in modern times, or whatever nonsense you're into. All right. So Dave Grohl's daughter criticized Taylor Swift's private jet use, and so that was the crux of the whole nonsense celebrity girl issue. But I just enjoy that subreddit, and it makes me. I like seeing that nobody's perfect. I guess I enjoyed seeing her blow those snot rockets, and then they'll show an angle that shows that she just has the flattest ass of all time, and it's just like, I got a better ass than you. Like, what do you?
This is so petty.
I can't throw stones. My ass is way too flat. I try.
I wonder where she does stack up though, because there's so many more artists and ways to consume stuff, like digital downloads. Yeah. And so I wonder where she stacks up against Michael Jackson, the Beatles, Garth Brooks.
I do too. It's really hard to measure across
Elvis
pre-internet, right? Like when Michael Jackson did, all you could do is buy his album. That's how you knew how popular he was. But no one buys albums anymore. They stream. So what do you do? Listen to her plays versus Jackson's plays? I don't know how to compare.
Well, I'm just like talent wise, like I think Michael Jackson's like a generational fucking talent.
I thought we were talking about popularity.
Michael Jackson was so talented, he got away with it. Okay, like you've got. There's your answer right now. I promise you, Taylor. I was gonna say if Taylor Swift started banging 17-year-olds, but she already did that when she was 22.
Hey, that kid was cute.
Both of them. She had two 17-year-old boyfriends.
I only knew about one.
She liked them. Yeah. She'd start dressing just like
wonder what state it
Taylor
was.
Subreddit, man. It really poisoned my heart against this one.
Dude, these are the biggest fucking losers. Like there's so many people on here, and they'll be like, they're posting like individual screenshots of Taylor Swift fans being mean and being like, "This is why we can't support this horrible woman," and it's like, you're a bitch and a loser.
You know, Kyle's got 40 accounts that he uses.
There's like huge posts on here that are like,
Okay.
I'm a French Gen Z girl, and I just wanted to let everyone know that Taylor Swift isn't even famous in France. It's like, bitch, you're French posting about Taylor Swift on a niche subreddit about her. You fucking idiot! Like,
You know,
I've never been more indifferent to someone than I am to Taylor Swift. I can't name a song of hers. I guarantee I've heard many because I live in the world, but like,
Shake It Off.
she seems so
I don't know
boring.
that song.
She's
I don't
like
know
her.
that.
Her
I know
I mean,
the
it's
one
just
song
her
that was in
PR.
I know the song that was in that Call of Duty montage from HQ Fighter back in the day called the Swiftage. And let me tell you what really pissed me off. I went on there the other day, last week. I wanted to watch the Swiftage again. It's been 15 years. So what? I want to see some Taylor Swift poppy music with some what is now subpar Call of Duty gameplay. And they had claimed the audio on the man's video. God damn it. It was that song, you were 13 when I first saw you. The playback starts and the starts, and here we go. I got to be careful. I can sing better than that.
I hate when they do that.
They copyright strike us. We sing better.
They they pull the after the license runs out after a year. Like Yeti has one 1,000 miles or something like that. I forget, and they pulled it after a year. Nike has some of the best one, like AC/DC, Awake with the alarm clock. Oh man, so many good ones.
Yeah, I see from that chart Zach threw up. It's pretty comparable. You know,
I couldn't see a date on it.
But I mean, if we all know that if there were a talent show, and Taylor Swift and Michael Jackson were competing in front of a group of aliens who appreciated our culture despite their alien nature, but had no knowledge of the two individuals, Michael Jackson would run away with the motherfucker because he would be moonwalking up there and they would think he was a ghoul or a goblin. They'd be like, he looks like us. Holy shit. This is the lost star child.
I'm with you, Kyle. Michael Jackson might be better at singing and dancing. And haven't gone head to head on fucking children yet. They both compete in this arena.
Yeah, competent.
But we don't know who's better.
Competent. Yeah.
You can't be spending any more time here, guys. This is truly staring into the abyss.
I don't go there, Taylor. You misunderstand. See, when you go there and start
scrolling, but if your browsing patterns are so embarrassing that it's directing you here.
See, you say that, but Reddit's the algorithm.
It's not our fault.
Reddit's probably the fourth biggest site on the goddamn internet, and it's got the stupidest, worst algorithm in existence. It thinks I'm Indian, and I care about their politics. I get more Modi shit. I hear about every Bangladeshi rape that happens. And let me tell you, Taylor.
That automated me.
And more to come. It's ridiculous. And I'm like, how is this? And I'll go to the Reddit and I'll mute it and block it. And the next day, here we go. Bangladeshi fucking gang rape. 17 victims. The accuser was blinded with acid. All charges dropped.
Jeez.
Justice in India. It's like, it's always something horrific too. Never hear any good stories. I know we've got no Indian fans, so I can say this. Terrible country. Like, what are y'all doing over there? What are y'all doing over there?
I wouldn't want to go. If you said, hey, you can go to India free.
It's high on my list.
I wouldn't go for free.
I wouldn't go to India. There's so many better countries I want to visit.
I don't want to go to the good countries.
You want to go to the bad countries?
Yeah.
If Woody doesn't get malaria or something, he's not happy.
Here's what I like. I want a country that's very different than mine, right? So like Japan is cool. It's a good country, but it's very different. But England, Australia, I don't feel like I'd go there and be like culturally blown away. Like this is the same culture I come from. But India, Brazil, Nicaragua, these are places different than here. That's where I want to go.
Can I tell you my vacation strategy, or at least one I've envisioned? I haven't employed it.
For India,
but for anywhere that you want to go globally, that's a little
home.
For anywhere you want to go globally, that's a little bit out of the way. I have this theory, and I've checked it out, and it works. That whenever some bad shit is happening in an area, all the prices go down for like rental rooms, Airbnb, stuff like that. Now Airbnb's become a joke, so I don't even know what site you'd use these days to not have. The room will be $200 a night, and then there'll be $800 worth of fees. Like I don't know how you avoid that. But back before that was the thing, whenever like the North Koreans would start lobbing missiles over mainland Japan, if you looked at Seoul, if you look at South Korean, vacation spots, or Japanese, especially like if it went over like that northern island or whatever, Go to the Northern Island and look for a place to rent. Nobody's wanting to go there because a missile fell in the ocean 50 nautical miles away yesterday. There's been a bunch of them. I think there was, whenever mad cow crops up somewhere, people act like it's the plague and they're going to be out in the field catching it.
Bird flu jump to cows? Go wherever that happened.
Yeah, I think that's Minnesota. You don't want to go there.
Oh, no, I take it back.
Yeah, what are you going to do in
Fuck
Minnesota?
that.
I heard a lot of people
Freeze.
going to Japan lately because the yen's just been destroyed against the dollar, and
Really?
you could some guys have gone on vacations there for a couple of weeks for a couple $100.
See, I would go
Wow.
to Japan. Japan seems awesome.
They won't
And see,
let me in.
I'm not a big ski snowboard guy, but some people were saying that they could fly out to Japan for 2 weeks for the same price that they could to like Breckenridge or something for a weekend.
Damn. Are there any countries that if you were given a free trip there, Richard, you'd
Wouldn't
be
go.
like,
I like to eat. I like to eat, so I don't care. Like just
in India?
doesn't matter. Like Spain, just to eat. Like
Okay.
I don't care about history.
I see how to
don't care
win this
about
game.
architecture. I don't-
Ethiopia?
dude, coffee. Fuck
There's
yeah,
no-
game on.
Wait,
Just a
there's
coffee
food
on
in
an empty
Ethiopia?
stomach for a
Ethiopia
week?
is the mecca. Like there's like quite literally thousands of strains of species, varieties of coffee.
Ethiopia is the good part of Africa. Like I saw one of those old
I'm way
timey
out of
racial
date.
maps. There was this old timey racial map making its rounds on Reddit, and they had like pictures of like the Slav race, and just like
those
they-
are funny.
and then they got down to the Ethiopian, and the deal was that Europeans found Ethiopians so successful that they wanted to separate them slightly from not Caucasian but not black either, and so they're this sort of in between category
Yeah.
over there.
In a limbo.
Yeah,
Ethiopia? Okay.
yeah.
In my childhood, that was the place with no food.
Show us
That's-
a Ethiopian
Suzanne
face,
Summers
Zach.
would show these
Yeah.
kids with distended stomachs and bugs in their eyeballs.
Was that Ethiopia?
Yeah, I
Sarah
don't know where
McLachlan playing.
Kyle's getting it that Ethiopia is like booming.
I think they're
Nigeria is booming, I think.
I think they're
Nigeria is one of those countries where it's like, check out this billionaire. Don't look over the fence. Don't don't look at that. A horrid favela that spreads
Brazil
over the rest
goes
of the
that
country.
way too.
Yeah.
Somalia has got to be like the one you'd want to stay out of.
I was
And
gonna
like
say
whatever,
Somalia. You know, the whole Mogadishu thing.
whatever they're calling the Congo these days. You know, like look at those just a beautiful.
Wait, that lady in the bottom middle is Somali. So I know that I've been fake
That's her
news
name?
here. No, I don't know. She's like a Minnesota politician, but she's not Ethiopian. She's Somali.
Man, that
Looking
neck-
at just the adult women, which one gives the best blowjob?
what is wrong with you?
What is?
Why would you limit yourself to just the adults?
All right, doctors. Let's.
Because I saw that one on the top right.
Doctor?
and I wonder what she can do.
I
Man,
got
that on the top right. That looks awful. That looks so uncomfortable. You know that wasn't. That was months of being uncomfortable and ruining.
What are we
it.
doing? What are we doing right now?
I think
don't
we're
know.
talking about gum jobs. It's
going
what are we-
through
what
the
are-
slides.
What are we doing right now?
Yeah. He was about to bring up a picture of one of those women with like extra super long necks. Something like
All right,
that.
that's fucking cool. All right, now I wish something like
Dude,
that.
that would hurt. That'd be terrible.
How do you know it hurts? I bet
Look
it
at
feels
him.
good.
It doesn't feel
No.
good.
Those ancient body modifications where they would elongate the skull with the wrappings. I wish that'd make a comeback. That's a fucking cool look.
You know what I'm glad is gone? I don't like the Japanese women that smush their feet.
That's
I think
Chinese.
that's real. Is that
Yes.
Chinese?
Yep.
Yeah,
Foot
it's Chinese
binding.
foot
Okay.
binding. They don't do that anymore. They haven't
No.
for.
Super
For like-
yucky to me.
I think that's been out of fashion for like 80 years or so.
Yeah.
I'm old.
Some guy, knowing China, there's some guy who comes from a long family of tiny cobblers, and their 1,000-year-old family business is ruined. Oh, these newfangled progressive ruin my business.
Zach, show us a Chinese woman with bound feet.
No, it's
I-
gross. They're all folded in
I
on
know.
themselves.
They're all folded in on themselves. It
It's super
cripples
yucky.
them. It cripples them. But they do have those. You know, they look dainty in those shoes. I guess. Do you think they fetishize that tiny foot clearly as a society? Even do you think they did weird shit with it? Like, do you think that
100%.
like your husband? Like, you think the whole thing is like you got to be able to fit your whole foot in your husband's mouth or your? Look at that. That's horrific. That's horrific.
That's
Oh.
so yucky.
That
So they just
sucks.
walk on their pinky toes like that.
It's all folded
Just-
up. Why? If they can walk. I mean, she looks like she's been walking, but it hasn't done her well.
That's not attractive to me.
Yeah, but you're not a 1850s Chinaman.
Also, for all my kinks, I'm not into feet. It's not.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, feet are for walking.
Yeah, but you want. Yeah, but you don't want them to be big old like horse cloppers on the lady, do you? Like Peggy Hill, she's got those size 16s or whatever. Like you wouldn't want that.
So I hear you, but that's like fair. The 91st most important thing to me. Like there are a lot.
Could it be a deal breaker?
No.
What if they're hairy? What if her feet? What if she literally
has hairy feet? Are you hitting on me right now?
No. She literally has my feet, hairy feet.
You know what?
I'm in.
Yeah, I'm in. Dream satisfied.
Holy shit! But I've got hair. My big toe has like a Hitler mustache on it. Bitch is hairy.
I got a couple of those. You ever wear socks that are really tight and then you take them off at the end of the day? And usually it's just the leg hair that folds back and you're like, oh, that kind of feels nice. But sometimes the toe hair also.
My whole foot is hairy. I trim my feet with like a beard trimmer.
You're a disgusting hairy animal.
Do the back of your calves go bald in the winter from wearing pants? Is that
they're bald anyway? I'm hairless everywhere else. Yeah. It's just my feet.
I wear like pants all the time. I'll notice like my jeans rubbing my shin hair off.
Oh, that
probably makes me a little.
It's on the back for me where my calves
I'll get both.
Yeah, you get bald.
I can tell that I'm gaining weight if I'm like losing too much hair on like the front of my leg because it's like, oh man, these pants.
That's the first fucking.
No, the first kind is like is denial, where you're like, these pants have always been super tight. And then, oh man, the dryer must have been too hot. Have you guys gone through
that damn hot dryer?
I have a different sequence. For me, it's about striking distance. Like, 205? Yeah, that's only 5. Like,
brave man weighed himself every day.
I gain and lose that every day, right? It could be nothing. That's how I deny.
Yeah. You ever get on the scale like it's.
I gain and lose that from 205, which is a clerical error, effectively. Every day.
In striking distance of striking distance, really.
Yeah, and before
you ever get on the scale like a kid looking under his bed at night,
like trying to look over your belly.
No,
is that what you're doing?
No, you're terrified.
How do children get on their bed? I don't understand.
Oh yeah, I know I'm gonna be fat when I like get on the scale, and I'm like in my head like everything's fixable.
Now, do you give yourself do you guess a number and then if you're below it, you're like, good. But but if it's above it, you're like, fuck.
What's that number? What's that number for you?
Wait, I'll pick right?
I'll
like
pick
if you're
way higher than I think I am. And so when I get on, I can be like, it's not that bad. I'll be like, oh man, I'm so fat. I probably weigh 240 right now. And then get on the scale and it's obviously not that. And then be like, oh, see, it's not that bad.
Everything's fine.
Yeah, everything's
Where's my brisket?
That would be great if somebody tampered with your scale just to fuck with you.
That would not be great. That would hurt my feelings.
It'd be like setting a clock forward to make sure you're always on time.
Yeah, I mean it's always like I always have the feeling after I weigh myself and I've gotten fat of like obviously like guilt, and in your head you want to be like, this can't be true, but really it's like, how could this be? I've been doing whatever I want with my diet. You know? Had Oreos delivered to my house because I was sad.
Weight never gets me. It's just like if I'm sitting on the toilet, if I'm sitting on the toilet and I see the crease of my stomach onto my leg or something, I'm like, oh, dude, come on, that's gross.
Yes, that's a good early sign. I'll do that thing. Where I look at myself in the mirror shirtless, like before or after a shower, and I like lean with my torso side to side to see when a crease begins in my side. Because like if you're going like this, just a teeny little tilt, and you've got like a fat crease, it's like, oh my, this is bad news. But if you can get like all the way to the side and you're like, oh, that's a crease from the natural structure of body and skin, you're like, okay, I'm more in the clear. Being fat sucks. But getting fat rules. And that's one of God's great
I enjoy the losing. I'll be honest, I like the losing weight process. I like turning my body into not necessarily a chemistry set, though that is part of it, but also like a bit of a science experiment. You know, it's almost like having an ant farm and watching it do its thing, but you gamify it. You gamify it, and it's really it can keep you motivated and make it really fun, because it's when you I like to do things like 100%, and really see what I want to squeeze those half of a percentiles out is on like 8 different categories and be at 105% where no man has gone before type shit, while being healthy. That, when I'm losing weight, I'll turn the AC in my house way down because I know I'll shiver a little bit and I'll get cold. I'll burn calories that way. I'll take those hour-long hot baths that burn. I read somewhere they burn as much as like an hour-long walk. And people be like, why don't you walk an hour? I already walked 1 hour. I didn't want to walk 2. So I sat in a bath for the second hour, and it burns as many calories as the walk. Just anything.
Yeah, I mean, once you're on the path of losing weight and getting fitter and you can see the first like 5% improvement physically, then it gets addicting and it's fun. It's like when you're hitting your workouts every time and you start to your muscles are always popping. Like you feel good.
You quit. The thing that'll make you quit and give up is not being able to have results that you can like hold in your hand. Like you need to be able to see the result. It needs to be physical. It can't just be like, I guess I'm looking a little bit. No, it's fucking the same thing. Like if you can't see it, you need to be able to quantify it somehow. If you can quantify it, then you can keep motivated, or at least I can.
When you do that, what are you doing? Are you just whole 30?
It depends.
Are you like trying to cut, or what is that thing for you that you game?
It depends. It depends what I'm doing. So like when I'm bulking and trying to get big, it was getting the exact amount of calories at the exact split I wanted, doing the vertical diet, and then just my whole day was built around fitness, and my whole night was built around it too. Like my plans would never mess up a workout or a meal. If I traveled, the meals would be in my trunk. You know what I mean? Like, and I would when I would go see my dad, I'd bring ingredients to cook. I'd cook. I'm like, you're eating what I eat. Like
nice.
There's no way you're gonna eat what you want to eat. I didn't have. I don't think I had a girlfriend right then for some of that, and so like I didn't have anybody around me with bad habits either, and nothing came into my household that I didn't personally purchase at the store. And I see people like, oh, you go to the store and you go get this, and it's like, no, I would go to the store and I would be so disciplined. The discipline was the big part. I'd also kind of made. I don't think Derek took it as seriously when I said it, but I kind of made a vow to Derek. I was like, I'm about to show my ass. Like, watch me. Like, I'm going to do something here. And I when I would want to quit, I'd be like, can't let Derek down. Can't let Derek down. He's expecting something out of me. And,
meanwhile, Derek's like, I don't care.
Derek's like, I'm building the largest supplement company in North America. I don't
Kyle
give a
thinks
shit.
I'm thinking about him.
Yeah, keep lifting, champ. Just texting
him. To be fair, like it's not as funny, but Derek really was hands-on with that whole thing and super cool. Like he would be. We would talk the whole like body transformation.
You're aware
thing.
of Kyle's fitness journey, right? You saw that pictures.
I saw how freaking jacked he was. Like,
yeah,
that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, that was a whole program. I did that in 10 months.
Oh, I didn't realize that. I thought it was hey, this is my new thing.
Yeah. I mean, it was. But working with Derek, he would send me these 10-minute long voice notes that of like every little thing to dial in, from the blood work to the supplements. And
dude, if the person I loved the most in the world or was the biggest fan of, like if the Blues head coach left me a 10-minute long voicemail, I'd be like, like,
oh no, man. No, I'd be sitting there like fucking dialed in, one
like he's dictating the Bible.
Yeah. Because he's such an expert. When you talk to someone who's a genuine expert about something, it's a good idea to smarten up and listen, because you're absorbing years of experience and hundreds of thousands of dollars in education sometimes for free. So you should really open your ears. And so I tried to, and I know I'm not a health and fitness expert. Like I couldn't diagnose someone who's got their own issue and guide them through a fitness journey, but I know how to do it to me now. And I know how to do it to like, I don't know, a 35, any mid 30s man, I guess now, like it's, he's an absolute expert, and it was fun to have him be that hands-on. And then the other side of it was the cutting, you know, because I bulked for 10 months and then I cut weight for 2. And that cut was so meticulous and careful.
Were you just dehydrating, or what were you doing?
No, I was slowly lowering my calories while doing more and more cardio every day, and following a very precise weight cut.
Why?
I wanted to lose.
Why cut?
To look good for the pictures.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay,
yeah,
fair enough.
Yeah, and also the way I had told Derek I wanted it structured, because that was something he was familiar with. I was like, I want to do this like I'm preparing for to go on stage, essentially. Like I want to do this like I'm preparing for a bodybuilding competition. That's what I'm trying to do here. And so that's what we did. You know, the 10 months of bulking and then the 2 months of cutting, as if I was going to step on stage on the last day. And I kind of did. You know,
you do blood work and all that. Were you like?
Oh yeah, yeah. He's got a TRT clinic, so I had 2 or 3 doctors sort of working with me and him, you know, monitoring blood work and all that stuff.
Dude, my testosterone was like 1,500 in like February, and they're like, we legally can't prescribe you. You don't need anything.
That's a good place to be.
What's funny is for me, like whenever I see that crease, I have a like it's time to do a fast. It's the code for being anorexic, but it's great because I'll do I'll do like a shot of those ketones or whatever. And the first day is super easy for me. I'll eat dinner. And then by the time I get to lunch the next day, I'm already in ketosis. And then I make it to dinner and I'm like, okay, for dinner, I'm going to have, you know, Element has those chocolate flavored salt packets. I thought it was the worst tasting electrolytes because I'd mix it room temp or cold. It tastes like awful, but hot water. Oh my God. It's like no calories. And so it was like I was drinking a shake for dinner. So for a 3-day fast every night, I would look forward to that as my meal. And it was so easy to do that. And then I would stay in ketosis for a few weeks, eating like ribeyes and avocados and stuff like that. And then I would ease back into like a Whole30 diet or something like that. And usually I can drop 30 pounds in 30 days doing that.
Do you go by numbers on the scale, or you just get to the point where you're like, all right, I'm looking like myself in the mirror again?
A little of both, because I'm a big guy, man. I can get like, I love chocolate. I fucking love chocolate. Like I'll get peanut butter cups and I'll go to Whole Foods or something. They have the store brand peanut butter cups. And I'm like, oh, I'll eat that over the week and it's gone in the next 24 hours.
Those are good. And that's a top.
I thought this would take 2 days.
Yeah. and then I'm like, oh shit, I'm 235. I guess I got to try to get back down to 205, 200. And the quickest way for me to do that is just like reset. Maybe twice a year, I'll do a 3-day fast and then I'll get ketosis for it. And it's crazy because it's like, I've never done any like recreational drugs. And so I can only imagine this is what amphetamine or Adderall or something's like, because my brain is just firing on all cylinders. And it's like, I guess you're in a fight or flight mode and your body's just trying to figure out where the food's at and everything. Yeah. But I stack up so much work so that I just don't have any downtime. And I'm so productive that week.
I was fasting every, I think, Thursday or Friday. So doing a 24-hour fast, on the same day every week for a while. I don't actually remember how long, months of that, during that cutting process. And then like having to, I think there was a night where we did this show. We got off at 11 and I hadn't eaten for 24 hours and I couldn't until like the next day. And then I had to go run for an hour at the gym at 3 in the morning.
It was funny to me because Kyle would weigh in and then give his metrics to Derek, and then he would determine his calories for the next week. So he would like cut every week, like dehydrate to hit a number on the scale so that Derek didn't remove more calories than he otherwise would have. He's like, I got to weigh 174 by the time I weigh in tomorrow morning. Otherwise, Derek's going to make me survive on 1,500 calories or something like that.
Yeah, you got to hit that number. Got to hit that number he wants us to hit, or I'm going to lose more calories or gain more. It would usually be either fewer calories or more cardio, or both. By the end, I was doing an hour of cardio a day, or maybe an hour and 15 a day, and eating 2,200 calories, I think.
What type of
Something
cardio?
Like that.
Like running or?
I like the elliptical. I like the elliptical because I can turn my brain completely off because you're kind of in a thing that doesn't require you to like have form. It just does form for you. And so I can kind of turn my brain off and maybe meditate a bit, and I could just go to another place. I try to go into a daydream, like a self-induced daydream during that for as much as possible, with like music playing in my like noise canceling headphones, and close my eyes and just let my body do it, but my mind goes somewhere else if I can. And I can make an hour feel like 30 minutes, but 30 minutes of cardio is so awful. 30 minutes of cardio is so awful.
I jump rope. I can make 90 seconds feel like 10 minutes. It's like planking or something.
Dude, I'll be on the exercise bike or the treadmill in my basement gym and put on King of the Hill to watch or something. And 5 minutes in my head, I'm like, oh, was this like a movie length special they made? Or it's like, no, just a regular episode and you're 6 minutes in.
Yeah.
Like, and it's not even the exhaustion. It's just, it's so much more boring than lifting weights. Because relative. At least with lifting weights, it's like I got a bunch of stuff that's gonna happen. Like it's not gonna be the same exercise for the entire hour and a half, whatever period.
Have you seen Rhonda Patrick talk about the Norwegian 4x4?
No, it sounds awful.
Well, so here's the thing is, I hate doing monotonous cardio, like you say. So what I'll do is the assault bike, and the Norwegian 4x4 is essentially 4 minutes, 3 minutes rest, 4 minutes, 3 minutes rest, and you go 80% max heart rate. And so you're
that's a lot, listening.
So for me, I get on the assault bike and I'm going 25, 30 miles per hour. So by the time I get down to, time on each round, I'm like, I can't go anymore. And then the 3 minute rest hits and then I can get back on. And I've found that my brain doesn't have time to get bored because I'm just struggling to stay in it. But it's not max heart rate, right? So you're not like 1 minute and done.
What is your max?
I honestly, I don't know.
I would, at the end of my cardio, I would try to stay at like, I think 135 is where I would try to keep my heart rate for like the full hour. Like, and I really kept that dialed in, and I would get lazy. I'm like, as long as my heart's doing the work, that's all that matters here. And, but at the end, I would try to crank it up to just as high as I could get it. I would turn the machine. And I was like, I want to get it as high as I can get it. And then I would walk laps around the gym until my heart rate went to below whatever the level, below 115, 110, until I had actually cooled down to try to like get extra calories. I would send y'all pictures. I think my heart rate would be in the 180s or something.
Really?
It was like 179, maybe 180, something like that.
I was younger than you, but when I was in college, my heart rate got super high, like 235, 245.
Fuck.
Shit.
Yeah. And like people didn't believe me, because we after the like between sets, the coach would ask us to call out our pulse, and it was always whatever 115, 135. I'm like 240, and they're like, what? I'm like, yeah, you measure it, and then they did, and they got the same thing. I'm like, yeah, I'll strap on that fucking chest thing. It's all true. I don't know. Is that like cardiac arrest? I'm not sure what's happening here. Like 220 is the max, but not for me.
Heart attack.
I don't think I can do it now, but I did.
Do we have Dragomir von Geldstraven?
I am Dragomir, the Goiner, Gormidios von Geldstraven the Third, at your service.
I appreciate you coming on in the midst of your quest.
Are you making fun of my voice?
Never. Never would I only do that online. And never to your face.
I grow tired of fake vampire accents. The accuracy is never there.
Oh, I've been watching some of the Fish Tank season 2.5 is going right now, the RPG, and it is funny hearing the German fade in and out depending on how frustrated you are with John in the moment.
Yes. He is retarded.
Yes. So it's, for people who don't know, Sam and Jet doing another Fish Tank, this time very creative RPG in the middle of the woods. Everyone has quests, characters, classes.
Creature, come here and hold my Mirror, my magic mirror.
And everyone seems to really understand what role play is,
Face me.
other than John. Now, do you think is John playing too cool for school with it, or does he really not understand what he's supposed to be doing?
John, he is suffering from main character syndrome. Creature, follow me.
I can't believe you're not wearing your hat.
Yeah,
the classic hat. There he is.
You have preempted my wardrobe decision.
So John is getting a bit of main character syndrome, and
Yes.
I heard Jet yell at him earlier today to stop shit testing production because he's clearly he's treating the world they're building almost like a Skyrim thief, where he's just stealing things and trying to cause problems for the sake of it. Seemingly, is that pretty accurate?
He is not taking it seriously. I'm afraid he will not be leveling up anytime soon.
So are you going to let Cade go full force on him, hopefully?
Cage is going to kick his ass, yes.
That would be great. I was talking to Scott, and I play games all the time together. And so before he went on, he was like, I'm getting this awesome duster looking like a badass. And then he was going to try and find a t-shirt that said like, shut up, I left my video games to be here. But the best he could do was the yeah, no one, which seems to be catching on. I really hope that he gets it in with John, because he let him win.
It is a very funny shirt that he wears.
It is.
It made me laugh many times.
This season,
it says, yeah, ... no. Cage! Is Cage here? Cage! Will you come here? Show them your humorous garment.
Yeah,
the funniest thing I've seen in my life.
It is good.
PKA would like to see your funny shirt, Cage. Will you show them? Yeah. No.
Looking solid.
Because
Cage.
at first it seems like he is going to agree with you, with your harebrained scheme, but then it says no.
It's very funny. Good luck beating John's ass later, Cage. Next time you won't go so easy on him.
No, I will not.
Good. See, Cage is in. He's locked into the character.
He's role-playing to his best ability at all times. This is what we appreciate.
Can you guys help me catch up? I'm thinking there's listeners in my spot too. So there's a new fish tank going on. Is it happening, or are we getting ready for it? Are the participants already in? Is it live? What's the theme? Help me catch up.
You are asking me?
You or Taylor?
Yes, Dragomir. You go ahead.
Okay.
Of course, it is happening right now. It is real. It is 100% real. There is no games. There is no role-playing. We are in my ancestral home, the woods. These woods which I have called home for over 400 years, though I appear to be 28 years old.
Me too.
Oh, that fucking killed me when I saw that clip on Twitter. That I may appear to be a 28-year-old man.
Yes.
Clearly not 28.
I look not a day over 28 years old.
Oh, earlier today, it was right before the show, actually. I was watching a bit of it. Fishtank.live. Everybody go check it out there. I saw the amount of worry on Dragomir's face when Lord Fatimir, the King Fatimir, Airsoft Fatty, was given a noble steed ride, which is a dirt bike, Woody. And this noble steed had never bore 480 pounds before.
Yes,
So he just
it is a child's dirt bike, a Kawasaki KX110. Is meant for a small boy, but he is 400 pounds. He rode it like a champ.
You did. He drove away, and you just heard the rumble fade. And for like 5 real-time minutes, Dragomir's like, I pray that the king is safe on his venture. And he came back covered in dirt from having fallen off multiple times.
The king is very durable. He is a bit ramshackle in his riding. He rides like a younger man with much bravado, but he is durable, I must say.
Did he have a helmet?
No, we don't wear helmets. This is ancient times, my friend.
My bad.
Ancient times. Is it
Kawasaki goes way back.
There is no head protection. When you are riding Nightmare, it is just you and the steed and the wind through your hair, through your clothes, feeling the wind, the woods howling at you. No head protection.
Okay.
I like it. I like the excitement. And I like how committed everyone is to the bit. This seems like the high or the
I knew he'd do that.
the world. I should have said my mistake, Lord Dragomir. I appreciate this insight into the world of your
Vampires.
woodland realm.
I am not a lord. I am a mere duke.
Oh, the Duke. And we did go through this once. A lord is higher than a duke. So there's it's possible you
My
have a friend
kingdom
even
is-
higher ranking.
My kingdom is small. I have but a few children of the night to watch over. But I do my best.
Of all these new individuals to inhabit your realm, who gives you the most pause, Dragomir?
Let me look. I must say that Jan is the most annoying of all.
Who is this Jan?
Jan, the man with the cut-off sleeves.
What is he? A paladin? A knight?
I believe he is some class that does not use airsoft guns because we do not trust him to hold them.
Yes, I saw that creative workaround for the erratic retard you have in your town, that he is a medic class.
Yes,
So-
he is a good medic. He has helped many people in his time. We are thankful that he wields no weapons whatsoever. He merely goes around healing people.
So you plan to be there every day for the next 2 weeks, Dragomir?
I will be here every day for the next 500 years. He is my ancestral home. It is where I live.
What is the goal of this party that's wandered into your realm?
Their goal is at odds with my goal. Their goal is to survive. My goal is quite so cut and dry. I aim to turn them into allies, you could say. Allies of the night.
I see. There must be some mystical spirits preventing your transmission from coming in accurately.
It's the werewolves. They're fucking with his internet connection.
Yeah, I bet that witch Letty is casting a spell.
I have stumbled into a ruin where the spirits withhold my speech. I will return to the mansion.
So you're just
Hear me?
wandering around?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I accidentally stumbled into the old crypt. I forgot that the spirits there were eager to cease my communication with the outside world.
Now, are you as the Lord Dracula of that area? Do you always experience these upsetting?
Lord Dracula, this talk of vampires, it is incessant. It is meaningless. There are no such thing as vampires, my friend. Lord Dracula is merely a myth. A children's tale. You must see this.
Are you going to beat anyone up this season, Dragomir?
I hope that the need for physical violence, I abhor it. It makes me sick to my stomach to see someone in pain. I hope there is no need for such things.
There probably will be.
Yes.
At some point.
Yes.
Do you think that Paladin John is too high on his own supply with clear noob gains after just a small amount of time in the gym?
I think Paladin John, he looks like a pumpkin. I want to cover him in oil and put him in a rotisserie chicken container.
Do you remember the guy we had on a long time ago, Kyle? John from Fish Tank, the guy who really difficult to understand at times. He's clearly been doing like fucking strong lifts 5x5 for 8 months or whatever, and now he's like much bigger than he was, but he's going around to everyone there trying to big dog them.
Oh, he's Dog the Bounty Hunter now.
Like he's smaller than I am now. He's smaller than you at your peak. Like he's got that I just started benching 2 plates syndrome, and he's so stoked to get up in everyone's face.
Good for him, man.
But because most of this questing group are functionally retarded, it's working. Like, and he's almost alphaing people while not being able to understand what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. So really,
you
you
alpha
need
when you have a speech impediment.
Willie. Yeah.
Willie.
He is trying.
He's doing his best.
We shall see.
He's not as tough as he's trying to appear. I hope Cade beats his ass at some point. Scott or
Cage.
Cade.
The mercenary. He is a formidable foe.
This is fucking ridiculous. So what are the plans for tonight, Dragomir?
My only wish is that these creatures of the night, there are some local ruffians, bandits, if you will. They inhabit these woods. My only wish is that they maintain peace and do not bother the fair citizens of Shitty.
Yes, Shitty, the town, of course, in which you reside.
Yes. I have promised them that while they are under my protection, no harm shall come to them. It is a promise I hope to keep, though I do not know if it is within my power.
Are you feeling any troubles or worries over giving a couple of these people gas-powered airsoft guns?
Yes, Taylor pointed it in my face. I had to wrench it from her hand and throw it. It was hissing gas out, and she went and picked it up. And I said, "No, do not do that. It may explode. Venture." They need a basic airsoft safety course.
And is that coming? You know, the basic.
No. There is also no motorcycle safety course either.
No. Well, I mean, based on how well the king wrote it, I assume he'd done it before, right?
There is only head injury and eye injury in the future, I see.
I mean, anything that Lord Airsoft Fatty is King Fattius.
He is King Fattius.
Yeah, King Fattius is
Not
almost
Fattius.
Oh, it's Fattius?
Yes.
My mistake. I thought we were being cruel. You know, I
No.
wouldn't have come up with Fattius.
We do not belittle King Fattius about his weight. He is a great king. There is much food at his court.
Probably not
He's
for
also
long.
losing weight.
He does need to lose a little weight. He can still maintain his king body.
Actively losing weight.
Oh, is he?
He is, yes.
Maybe a little more. We'll see it in his face.
Well, I think in 100 pounds you'll see it in his face, yes. But he is actively losing weight.
Good for him.
He's doing his best, yes.
So I saw that Gold Striker's grave is there. Are you related to him in any way?
A name I have not heard in over 400 years. Gold Striker. It sounds familiar, but I do not know for certain who that is.
Okay. the fucking hat. It's so ridiculous. No,
Do you not wear a hat?
I don't have one like that. Maybe I should.
I am not envious of you, my friend. All
St.
hats.
Louis, none of us are.
No, it's a shitty city. I guess you're in shit as almost as shitty a city as I'm from. Being shitty, the name of it.
I don't understand.
Your city is named right?
It's shitty.
Yeah. The shitty.
Shitty is the envy of all towns around. It's mercantile center with many expert craftsmen and stores for you to browse. The women are healthy looking, the men are strong and shitty. All towns within 200-mile radius are envious of shitty.
Fair enough. Do you think the eye black is giving away your true intentions to the questers?
No.
That's it. No.
Hey, I am merely a servant. All that I wish to do is be their greatest ally. Their greatest ally. I am their greatest ally.
We just see your camera roll.
What?
He's hypnotizing us, I think.
Yeah, he probably is. We have to be wary. He probably has powers that he's not even going to divulge to us.
I have no such powers. I would not do this to you.
No. Would you do it to John to calm him down?
Xavier, come and talk to these people in my magic mirror.
Kyle is so confused. And
Do you have a brief moment, Xavier, to speak to these gentlemen?
Who doth thine be? Who I shall introduce myself, but of course you are far more important, for I find myself in a court of high esteem. Who might ye be?
Oh, we're spiritual travelers to your wonderful land from the magic box of Dragomir.
Oh, yes, sir. The Duke Dragomir is a powerful one indeed. If I were to give you one word of advice, it would be to not tempt his blade. I fought hungers insatiably for the blood of the innocent. What brings you to my realm, you see? What brings ye?
Oh, we're trying to learn more about your way of life and how you're going to keep that up for 2 weeks.
I don't know what exactly there is to keep up. I think the more pertinent question would be if everyone else can keep up with it, you see.
Oh, I like that. I like your bauble full of...
Like an ampule of liquid there.
It is.
It's the blood of orphaned children that was sacrificed to me on the day of the blood moon. I still cherish it, you see.
You bought that from Dr. Disrespect.
Yeah.
One of the travelers in my realm, a beautiful young pup named Taylor, gifted it to me, actually. Trying to win my... Oh, frankly, I'm not interested. Not my type. But irrelevant. Go on.
One of the young pups. I did see one of the young pups, the one you know is the paladin Jan, with the curious speech pattern. He chased you with foam swords to the point you seemed sincerely panicked.
Yes, well, this was merely a tactic that I use sometimes. You see, if you want to taunt a brutish paladin into overconfidence, then when their blade does not ring true, they will continue to swing in a blind ring, leaving them very open for attack. It shall be the last.
Kyle, John was doing his like, oh, you're gonna fucking curse at me, bro? like running at him, and Xavier here was trying to fight back, but John had tard rage, and Xavier was running away, and he goes, bat form, you can't attack me anymore, bat form. And it didn't stop him. John did not respect bat form. He continued to strike him. It was killing me. It was so good.
Berserk rage renders him truly mentally capable sometimes of comprehending the more arcane arts that I cast upon his weak mind. Works this way, and that's the dumber they are, the less it works. I don't understand myself, but I find him immune to many of my otherwise irresistible talents. It's quite curious indeed.
Yeah, so John is resisting your wiles by brute strength of mind.
Yes, you could say something of the sort, yes. But the day of reckoning shall soon come. I warn ye, I heed ye, that all on the next rise of the sun, his duel with me shall conclude, and my blade will be soaked with blood. So all ye who wish to see his reckoning, in both mind and body, as his blood drizzles and drips from the blade of my dark fang, you will tomorrow. So keep your eyes glued to the dark mirror in your hands, for soon I will beat the unholy one.
You probably want to taste that blood to take some of its power.
Yeah, it's gonna lick his blade.
So you're good for the next battle, you know?
Yeah.
Now, with this warning I bid ye, for I was on quest for the heart of the beautiful Taily. I bid you farewell for now, fine gentlemen. I'm sure we will see each other soon again, if you dare.
A little if you dare at the end. Man, what a fucking weirdo. So
why
is Xavier, is he a half-breed? Is he a full vampire?
he is something more ancient and more base and crude than a vampire. His power stems directly from the earth. You might call it prime magic. He does use blood in his dealings, but he is no vampire. I guarantee you of this.
Are there any good quests on the menu for tonight for the gang?
We shall see. We had them do a foot race for $200, but then
you get to use a steed.
we did airsoft target contest for 125 of your old Earth dollars, which mean nothing to me. I have thousands of these trinkets. They are littered all over my manse. I burn them, the old Earth dollars. I do not need them, but these people seem to want them for some reason.
Man, giving out $200 for a foot race. Who won?
Nobody. I kept the money.
That is one of my favorite parts of the fish tank thing is sometimes Jet will be like, all right, fucking arm wrestling contest. And then it falls apart. And he's like, nah, we're not doing that anymore. No money. No money for anybody.
It is quite clever.
You tell them you are giving them money. And then they make an ass of themselves.
Just today, Jan, I told him he could have 1,000 Earth dollars, but then I decreased it to 500. With a snap of my finger, I took the money from him under his nose. He was powerless to do anything else.
He was powerless against you because he's a mere mortal.
Because he does not have access to checks or bank account, which I do have.
Now, are all of these questers in seemingly dire need of these ancient Earth dollars?
They all need the money so badly. It is hard to fathom. I guess when you are living check to check and you have a small apartment with a cat and you are on welfare and have a fucking cat for some reason, you need money. I live in a mansion. I have nothing. And yet it gives me such pleasure to withhold the money from them. I dangle it in front of their eyes like a carrot, and they run and squeal and scream for the money, but it does not come.
I mean, it seems like they need to roll a perception check. They shouldn't be getting fooled by you so easily.
I am going to buy a Subaru WRX.
A noble steed.
A noble steed.
It's 4-wheel drive.
A rival for Nightmare.
Yes.
If anyone hasn't watched Fish Tank season 1 or 2, check out 2.5 at fishtank.live. It seems like the highest effort, most difficult thing you guys have pulled off yet. You have a whole pad city.
It's all Jet Neptune, and we got a crazy crew. The crew that has worked on the show. It's and the Jet Neptune. He is the director. It is his show. You should interview him as well. He is very well spoken.
I know he is a smart guy.
It'd be fun to see them do a somersault race that's way longer than it should have been.
I think we will,
like 3/4 of a mile.
I think perhaps we will do that right now.
Yeah, you should. Make him somersault through the woods for a fucking quarter mile.
No, quarter mile is too short.
That would be so much.
This should be abusive.
Yeah, I would like to talk to Jet sometime.
Yeah, hit up Jet. This is all him and the crew we got. They've been working super hard, man. These guys are killers. They're better than any Hollywood film crew. These guys are goated. But yeah, have Jet on.
Yeah, we will.
My magic mirror is on 2% of blood. It is blood. But there is only 2%.
Dragomir, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. Everyone, fishtank.live. Check it out. See what Dragomir is up to, and the whole gang solving the quest of the. I don't know yet, but we'll figure it out.
Well played. Thank you, Zach.
That one got better as it went.
Yeah.
There was a moment there where I was ready to pull the plug. So was Woody. And but I had faith. And it came. And it started with that imbecile that he put on camera, and I really enjoyed that thoroughly. That was fucking funny.
Yeah, I enjoyed that.
Great.
So I'm going to be watching some Fish Tank Live over the next couple weeks, tracking with it. Like, again, this was like how I talked about it season 1 when it came out, is like, it's easy to ask yourself when you watch Jersey Shore or whatever, like, oh, these are all aspiring commercial actors. These aren't like off the street people. Like, they know how to behave on camera. They're, why don't they ever pick real weirdos? And watching Fish Tank, you learn rapidly why not, because real weirdos are erratic and often dumb or angry or fly off the handle and throw things at each other in a way that borders on real aggression. And so it's entertaining. You never know when one of these guys is going to have like
job, Taylor. I was so glad you were here because I
carried
could not have hit it back with that.
Well, no one else knows about any of this shit. Like he knows the character names.
Well, I read it. It was written down.
I didn't see any of that.
Yeah, sometimes you have to play straight man.
That was wonderful. I love how you. It was like who won the foot race? Nobody. I kept the money.
So good.
and then just occasionally, I am going to buy a Subaru WRX 4-wheel drive.
The first time he broke character for like 4.5 seconds.
No, for real, you got to have him on.
Yeah,
dude, I was
as soon as I found out from Chiz earlier today, because I'm a fan of Fish Tank and I've watched Sam Hyde's content for so many years that anytime he wants to come on, promote whatever they're doing, I'm always like, definitely do it. And it was maybe like 2 minutes after Chiz texted, he's like, I think Sam's coming on tonight, talk about Fish Tank a bit. I'm like, oh, sweet. Oh no. Like he's going to be that Dracula the whole time. And I'm going to have to find a way to.
Dude, he's the scariest interview we do because I don't know if he's just going to like fuck with us the whole time. He's got like Bill Burr kick the interviewer's ass energy, and I don't think I could win.
Oh, he's just a funny guy.
Yes,
I like him.
But he's capable.
He has a very interesting sense of humor. I really like those sketches he did back in the day. When he's sitting there, that's him, right? When the boy's fishing and he's telling him about life. Oh my God. The idea is that, he's divorced from the kid's mom, and like this is his day or his weekend or something like that. So he's taking him to the park to fish. and he's sitting there burning cigarettes while the kid casts the reel in and out. He's like, I'm gonna tell you, just all women are a horse, all of them. And I know, and I do mean your mom. I do. She's a fucking whore. Don't listen to anything she says. Only
like talking through a cigarette.
Is this YouTube or television?
Television. Or no, this was a YouTube one. World Peace was on Adult Swim in 2016, I want to say. And then they
never tell a woman your last name or your real first name.
Your real first name. That's a funny one. But they're doing, instead of going through Adult Swim, they're doing their own version of World Peace season 2. So like the same sketch style comedy that like I enjoyed initially, where I kind of found out about MDE and Sam and them. And so I'm excited for that too. Hopefully it's very funny. Yeah, there's the one I always say to check out if you don't know any of Sam's content. Look up Moms, just $1 Million Extreme Moms on YouTube, and it is hysterical.
Couldn't agree more.
So funny.
I still like the kid with the fishing rod, like whatever that shit is, better because there's like multiple parts, and he gets increasingly foul with this young man. Clearly, they're cutting away. They've got like 3 angles that they're using, and one of them is just him. So the kid, I imagine, just isn't there for those hearing that. They do that a lot. Whenever you're cursing at a kid saying something horrific, often it's just they cut to the cursor or whatever. But he's being so awful. It's great.
So
I like what he's doing. Like, I don't think I'm his demo for Fish Tank. Like, it's not something that I spend a lot of time on, but I like it at an entrepreneurial level. I like that he created something from nothing and now he's on season 3 of it. And like, that's the part that's neat to me.
Yeah.
Like, I like the concept of this season the most because, I mean, it's shorter. It's only 2 weeks, maybe 2 weeks, I think. And that seems like it lends itself to a much more thorough creation because, like, the start and end date are a lot closer. You can pack it with more content. But, like, having a bunch of contestants that have to RP, they have to role play, wearing, like, cameras on them and cameras throughout the camp. You can click through all of them. You can they were in the woods last night at their camp, and it was like such a horrible hailstorm that they all just looked miserable, and all the viewers were playing sound effects at them. And like, I guess they added a couple new ones to like change the vibe and make it scarier. Cause there was like audio of like a woman who sounded like she was actually being murdered, like screaming so loudly while all these contestants are trying to sleep. And it's like a minute of this just, and then like immediately as that ends, the loudest mariachi band you've ever heard start. And
how do they choose the sound effects? Is there like a bunch of you pick from, or can you just like
you pick from? Yeah, you can play whatever sound effect
I would
they
want,
have, or you
one
can
of the
play your
most
own
awful
TTS.
noises is when we would go coyote and fox hunting. We'd play a rabbit distress call. And a rabbit distress call. I remember my dad even saying, like,
"Baby,
let's get out of here." Like, if people hear that, it sounds like a woman getting raped down here or something. Like, it sounds awful. Like, people might call the cops on us, so we need to be like aware that could happen because it's just loud.
Where's the location?
I don't actually know. Probably, I think
he probably is keeping it secret on purpose.
Yeah,
people would go there and mess with the show.
I hope it keeps getting bigger and its production value can increase as you go. I would think
Shitty City. He told us.
Yeah, it's in Shitty, of course. Can you bring up a
hailstorm? That's crazy.
Zach, bring up some photos of the set or whatever, so we can.
If he could get his hands on like a Ren Fair, like their grounds or something like that, or one of those, or I always thought that if you had a bunch of old single wide trailers, like old ones that were cheap, you could assemble them in such a way to make. You ever see the movie Cube, where they're trapped in this 3-dimensional? You could make Cube, and like each trailer could be its own like environment with its own challenges and stuff like that. And I would like that. I would like that too. And I feel like single wide trailers are cheap. Like
maybe it's because I'm such an actual nerd.
Each,
but like watching them get to role play and like level up and like do their little potions and spells and whatnot and duels. Like in my head, I'm like, this looks so fun. Like going and like doing something like that. Wouldn't that be fun? You wouldn't have a fun time
role playing?
Yeah.
I'd rather do a stage play and just actually do a character, I think, than go pretend. Here's my problem, and I hate to make this is going to sound judgmental, and it is. I'm flawed. I'm a flawed.
Yes, please tell us how you wouldn't role play as something you're not.
Man, when I feel like when I got out there, I'd be like, all right, I'm one of the cool role players because I know it's kind of lame, and I'm doing it because I enjoy this. I would have this in my head. Don't shake your head. I'm self-describing. I'm admitting. Yeah. I'd have this in my head. I'm the cool role player because I know that it's a nerdy, goofy thing to do, but I really do enjoy the aspect of escaping to a faraway land. It'll be fun. But then I'll get there and I'll see people that are like doing it for other reasons, and I'll judge them, and I won't want to be around them, and it'll become a whole thing. I don't want to go out. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I watched that Ren Fair show. I don't know what the fuck that was. What were you zooming in on? Like a big dong? Like, what am I?
I think we're looking at a guy sneak a peek at another guy's junk.
Oh, John.
Oh, my bad. I'm dumb. Yeah, and that was the guy we just spoke to who had the vial of the ampule of blood. I really wanted to get him to drink it. I thought that would have been fun.
What was it? Did you get a vibe for what it was?
It was some red liquid that looked thick. If he's smart, he used like in the movies, he used to use corn syrup. And but I don't know what that was.
I could hold character that long. Like in my head, I was even trying to hit it back a little, like Taylor did now and then, and just like I can't do the accent, and I don't know what to say. Those are the two things you need for this.
I'm like, oh, the opposite.
Could I hold a sign up or something?
I'll say I'm like, oh, I'd go in and I'd be like, I'm kind of like cool, which I respect you admitting your true thoughts on it. Mm-hmm. I would go in and like I would try
problems,
like and do it like I would be whatever character I was for that time frame because it would be fun.
Even you said like I don't know how you're gonna keep this up for 2 whole weeks.
Yes, well, that's because we're misbehaving like this, like a loon. That's a high energy thing for 2 weeks.
Oh, maybe I misunderstood the question. I would be down to compete in something that's like that. When you add that nature, what I'm describing is almost like a fantasy Ren Fair. Like you ever see those clips where the guys like lightning bolt, lightning bolt, lightning bolt.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm talking about hanging out with those guys in the park. Like I can't do that.
Okay, well,
they're not cool like us.
In the context of competition, wouldn't you want to do well? You'd want to win. Like I would because when one of them fails role playing, all the hired actors and whatnot. Like I saw John got shot with an airsoft gun and didn't go down, and so they yell like fail RP, and because you failed role play, you have to role play. It's part of the game. Otherwise, you'll be punished. You don't level up. So I would have a good time. I'd want to be able to pick my own character though.
Yeah, mine wouldn't talk. I'd just be like a ring wraith or something.
Yeah.
Walk around solemnly with a sword.
Yeah.
Then you would be able to tell them your name, so they would name you, and then it would be rough.
Yeah.
This is Dragomir, the
Little Dick
the
Mute.
fool.
Here comes Little Dick Mute with the
sword. What's he compensating for?
He is the gayest man in Shitty. Yeah. Sam did a good job because that would be the easiest fucking job to do. Like that's the easiest voice to do. Okay, well, there's no. Well, I think this is fake. I don't think he typed the speech.
Vampires.
Yeah, I would definitely want to pick a voice that I could do.
Aren't you glad you don't have a speech impediment?
Yes, thank goodness.
It's weird. Like whenever
every job I've ever been good at relies on me not having a speech impediment.
I don't know what the prevalence of that particular speech impediment is, but like we would run into so many young kids that had that in Sea of Thieves and in Rust, like all the time, like way more, like a high percentage of people seemingly had it. It was bizarre to me. I didn't know what that was about.
Yeah, I don't know.
My son has a speech impediment that makes him legitimately hard to understand sometimes, but he gets mad at us for not understanding. And it's awkward because it's like, listen, bro, my listening is pretty good. Why am I taking all the heat for this?
This isn't on me. This is all on, we could share. Jesus.
Not a 50-50 split.
What are you still playing Age of Empires, bro?
Yes.
Did I tempt you to play something like?
Yes, let's do a couple ads, and then we can talk about AOE for the next 2 hours if you want.
Well, right, we can talk about Richard Ryan stuff.
I'm sure you won't.
Excited about the Blue Chew read.
We're going to hear about Blue Chew right now. This
please.
episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. Let's talk about sex, boys. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2024 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. Special deal for our listeners, folks. Try Blue Chew for free. When you use promo code PKA at checkout, just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BLUECHEW.com. Promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And big thank you to Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. Again, Blue Chew, BLUECHEW.com, PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. And as always, go with the Tadalafil because that is the official recommendation of Kyle and the only one Woody and I have ever tried. And you don't go back to the drawing
step up to the plate, you hit a home run, and you're like, what should I change?
Let's hear it.
Nothing.
It makes your dick so hard.
Yeah.
Are you really like, what does it do?
Yeah,
it lasts like, is it 48 hours?
I think it's like up to 72.
Okay, they call it like the weekend party thing, right? So definitely get 2 nights out of it, and you are as hard as the best day you've ever had in your life, right? That 16-year-old version of you where it stood upwards and pointed toward your nose, and you could hammer nails with it. That's what to expect. The refractory period, tiny. If you're banging your girl once in a night, she thinks you're ordinary. Anyone can do that. Twice, 3 times, you might need performance-enhancing drugs, and we're here to help.
Yes, it's gonna your dick's gonna look angry. It's gonna be so hard, and it's a good feeling. You're just walking around usually when you're done fucking, your dick's like, all right, mission accomplished. So we're gonna go down for a while. You're walking around after fucking if you've taken one of these, and your dick's like fucking game 7,
taking a victory lap with its arms in the air.
Put me back in, coach. Like that's what your dick is saying. So
I wasn't supposed to take it at 11 a.m. before I went.
You could, because the Tadalafil one, if you took it at 11 a.m. this morning, if you and your lady want to have some sex tonight and some sex tomorrow morning, you're in the zone, baby. Yeah, you're in the zone.
What was I gonna say? Length of time, I forgot. But you have to wait about an hour to kick in. So you can't take it like 30 seconds beforehand. Otherwise you'll miss your you won't be in the window.
It works great. Chewable tablets. They are a little bit too sour.
Agree to disagree.
They're a little too sour. I'm not a big sour candy guy, and so I wish they'd go a little more sweet instead of more sour, but that's okay. I'm not eating it for flavor.
If they were chocolate flavored, Richard Ryan would just pound them by the fistful.
Oh yeah.
I know Steve from Blue Chew. They're here in Austin, and
nice.
Never make a chocolate flavored one because I just have it laying around or something. Oh, okay, the peanut butter cup, sure.
Yeah, no, they shouldn't make medicine too tasty.
No,
that's bad
idea.
This episode of PKA is also brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement taking the world by storm. Are you tired of coming like a bitch? How do you think that Edwin von Goldstraven comes with, as a vampire? Probably. Actually,
not at all. I don't know.
Not.
Poofs of dust. He's 400 years old.
Much actually. Now
he needs Blue Chew at that age.
He needs Blue Chew, or he's probably free of blood. You probably can't even get hard. But regardless, you're immortal, and as a mortal, you need to come more. So check out Lock and Load, code PKA or code Jizz, and it's going to make you a geyser. You're going to be going, oh my goodness, I can't believe I started this sentence, and even now I continue to come. You're going to be saying that. You're going to have to talk quick, but it's an incredible product. I recommend it. Kyle
Genuinely
does.
works.
Woody does. It actually works. You take 5 pills in the morning, 4 at night, and stay hydrated. And by the time you're halfway through one of these bottles, month-long supply per bottle.
I
you're gonna be
recommend
noticing it.
everyone record before and after buying Lock and Load and send it to Taylor. You shooting ropes.
Tweet it at me.
Slide in his DMs.
Yes. Tweet it at me and Richard, and and then we'll compare notes and be like, wow, this guy really does come a lot because of our product. So check it out. Code PKA, code Jizz, 10% off of Lock and Load or anything and everything over at GorillaMind.com. High quality stuff made by Derek and his scientists. And this episode is brought to you by PainkillerAlready.com. PainkillerAlready.com. That's where you're going to want to go if you want a t-shirt, hoodies, mugs, fucking hats, whatever it is that you want with our, the pill logo, the little PKA logo. There's stuff with big logos over there. If you're like, I'm loud and proud, brother. Or there's stuff with little logos over there that you could wear to the grocery store and people will be like, wow, what a high quality shirt that handsome gentleman's in. I wonder what it's about. I think I'm going to
Taylor, are you expecting these people to pay full price?
No. I'm going to use code PKA10 to get 10% off. I forgot. Thank you. That's what they're going to do. Thank you, Woody. They're going to use code PKA10 to get 10% off any of the designs or shirts or merch, mugs, whatever that you want. That is, once again, PainkillerAlready.com, code PKA10. And hopefully people enjoy this. I had some clothes sent to me at first because I'm like, I want to make sure these are nice shirts that I'd be happy to wear around.
You rejected some of them because they didn't meet his quality standards.
I did. I turned down a couple things because I'm like, that's not the quality I like. I want good quality stuff. And so check it out. Hopefully you enjoy it because we've got some other fun ideas coming down the pike, depending on how much people like this. So code PKA10, PainkillerAlready.com. Buy yourself a t-shirt, some merch. Help support the show, and you'll look super fly with your PKA wear, your big cums, and your hard dick. So
epic
indeed. And back to what were we talking about? Role playing? Or no, Kyle wanted to ask me a huge number of questions about Age of Empires, if I recall.
Or Richard, what are you up to?
Yeah.
Can I quickly interject a small thing? Like while Taylor was doing ads, I listened into the debate, and it's their opening. I call it the opening remarks. Trump, I thought was good. I'm gonna be honest, because he was talking about like when I was president, the economy was rocking and rolling. We were doing this, we were doing that, then everything falls apart. Also, I solved COVID. People don't know this about me. And then they cut to Biden, and it's raspy old man Biden. I swear.
Oh no, is it?
He's got this thing going on. Look, he was saying he was on. Oh, and then he almost coughed and had to catch himself within the first 10 seconds. And then I switched over to here, but it's definitely old man Biden tonight. Not that I'm sure he'll make good points, but I didn't sense that State of the Union energy from him. And he has that raspy thing in his voice that comes and goes.
I was watching it was a podcast. They were Republicans, but they were like never Trumpers. They weren't his friends. And they're like, someone tell Joe Biden not to do the whisper thing. Like it's not working. And they're like, yeah, it's hard to let go of a thing that used to work. He's like, doesn't work anymore. He's too old. It sounds like he's doing the whisper thing. And that's
nonstop.
He needs to be the Yelly Biden from the State of the Union. That's
I need 1970s Clint Eastwood, not 1999 Clint Eastwood. It's too. That's what I'm getting.
Yeah.
What have you been up to, Richard?
I don't remember last time I was on.
Last time you were telling us how NFTs were going to take over the world.
Yeah, that was you, right?
Oh yeah. Well, so
sticking with it.
I was joking. That was really you.
Yeah, he did that.
Maybe
he was huge.
So if you look in the background, you see like one of the dog back there, whatever. So warriordog.com. I've been building a thing for the Warrior Dog Foundation, tying these RFIDs.
I thought you said voyeur dog.
No,
like
warrior.
Pinky thing.
WARRIOR.
You lost me. Never mind.
So just quick sales pitch. Until recently, military working dogs used to be euthanized when they would be retired because they were classified as equipment. And so they were a liability to the State Department. And then Robbie's Law was enacted, which allowed them to be adopted by the handlers when they were processed out. Still, a lot of them were euthanized. And then some of these nonprofit organizations like the Warrior Dog Foundation stood up to try to find homes for them, or if they couldn't, they would house them and give them the retirement that they deserve, being that they serve their country. It's just, they're not pets. You know, most people think of animal rescues as just being these, you know, animals living on couches and stuff like that and trying to place them. You can't really do that with a dog that spent its life doing
beating up Iraqi dogs.
Agitation work, we'll say. And so, so what I was like, okay, I'm trying to build a more meaningful relationship between brands and creators and viewers and consumers. And so again, the NFT thing, a lot of people will cringe, but a non-fungible token, all it is it's a unique identifier. It's like the IMEI or the UUID in your phone. It just, it's there's no other like this one, right? And so what I did was I tied these to RFIDs in the collars of the dogs, and I put security cameras or surveillance cameras all throughout the facility, inside the kennels where they eat, where they sleep, in the yard where they play, where they get bathed, and everything else. And as the dogs walk to different areas within the facility, it triggers an event. So when you donate or sponsor a dog, you get one dog, their entire feed, or you can sponsor 3 dogs or all the dogs. And instead of just, you know, St. Jude, nothing against the organization, they do fantastic work, but you typically get like a card at around Christmas time saying, hey, please donate. At least this way you're able to see transparently a little bit more of where your dollars are kind of going to, and it builds a more meaningful relationship between you and the organization. And so once I ship this beta, probably in the next couple of weeks, I'll open it up to the public. Then I'm going to move on to a chicken farm. And then, and so all the chickens will have RFIDs on their legs. And so as they go in their nesting boxes, you'll get your carton of eggs. You'll be able to see that chicken free ranging throughout the day. Same thing with the cows at Kansas City Cattle Company. You'll be able to see the calving process all the way to the slaughter process. And so for me, food waste is a big, it's a big problem in the U.S. There's more than half of the food goes to waste. And so this is meant to give a more visceral kind of meaningful relationship, knowing that, you know, some people might be more reluctant to throw out, you know, waste some of their steak if they're able to see the lights go out on it. So yeah, and again, that radical transparency in supply chain, I think, is something that is really exciting for small farmers, because it gives them the ability to separate themselves or differentiate from the big farms that are, you know, on big feedlots. They can say, hey, look, this was regenerative agriculture. This was on a small farm. By the way, we're charging a little bit more of a premium because we have this transparency in our supply chain. So I think it's a big win for small farmers, in my opinion.
I have a dog question.
What's that called? The one where I'm going to be the farmvoyeur.com?
Dude, I haven't even announced any of this stuff. So I kind of like leak shit on here all the time. So,
Bovine Voyeur is probably open.
So Warrior Dog, the warriordog.com lander is up, and I'll open the beta here in the next couple of weeks. But the chickens and the cows aren't even, it's not even public information yet. So
okay, you were telling us about the warrior dogs, and you said that they're not pets. My dumbass is like, no. If you shower a dog with love, it becomes a pet. That's like what happens to them. No. Tell me why that's not the case.
So you got to think that, you know, these animals, you know, when people hear PTSD, there's a stigma associated with that. And, you know, David Morrell kind of shed a lot of light on that with, you know, First Blood and everything. And now the stigma's kind of gone away a little bit, but people, when they think about dogs, they don't really think about the trauma that's associated with, you know, their deployments and everything else. Not to mention their sole role. Well, not all of them. I need to kind of differentiate between the different mission sets that the different dogs would have. Some of them are agitation work or bite work, and some of them are detection. The detection dogs should be relatively easy to place in a home because they don't have the tendencies that the more aggressive dogs would. And
They might rat you out for your weed, though. You got to be careful about that.
It's true. It's true.
Narc dog, get out of my
sitting next to that lamp.
But it's funny, like, because so when I was installing these into the facility, and the average person might see the facility and see it and say, hey, look, like, they're in concrete kennels and chain link and everything else. It's like, well, it's to protect the dogs. It's like, what? Get the fuck out. No, it's like a prison or whatever. No, like legit, like installing the cameras in there, I had to put them in steel pipes and cut holes into the steel pipe so that I could sleeve and protect the camera. Within the first, I'd say 20 seconds of the dog coming back into the kennel, it completely destroyed the camera because it was in its space. And it's the same thing with people. Is you introduce a dog into a home, there's a learning curve. Almost every handler has been bitten by their dog, and so the thing is if you introduce a retired dog into a home with kids, or a neighbor comes over, you really have to have the proper training or the right environment for the dog to be safe and the people who are around it, because again, they're very protective. It's not like they're gangbangers just running around biting people and everything, but they do serve a purpose, and those things they're just not suitable for the average
What's
family.
the percentage of these dogs that did agitation work, which means biting people for a living, I guess?
Yes. So there's different. Yeah, there's different certifications. You'll hear the term like dual cert or dual certified, that they may be able to do multiple things, but I would say it really depends on the branch of service. Most of the dogs coming through did agitation work because they're the ones that are hard to place. The detection dogs are relatively easy because like it's not like smelling RDX is going to trigger a dog to go off.
Did they use Belgian mouse for that? Because when I went to that training school I went to, where we did like a documentary type video with them, and then that's where I got Dak at. Like his detection dogs, both explosive and like narcotics, were mostly labs. He had
floppy ears.
Like they looked like good boys. You know what I mean? Like sweet as fuck. And then all of the other dogs,
pointy ears,
light work dogs, were pointy eared Belgian Mals and German Shepherds and
Dutch.
I'm surprised they don't make a hybrid of the Mal and the Shepherd to get a little bit of the best of both worlds, maybe.
Well, I mean, that's kind of like a Dutch Shepherd, right?
Is it? I'm not familiar with the Dutch Shepherd.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really a hybrid of the two. I mean, the Mal is kind of its own thing, but they're
sort of fits that role.
Those are the three primary, I would say, is Dutch, Belgian, and German. But yeah, so and I don't want to speak out of turn here because I'm the tech guy building out the infrastructure, the servers, and all this other stuff. I'm not an ambassador for the organization. I'm just trying to help them build a more meaningful relationship between the sponsors and everything. But it's really exciting. Well,
that's good. That's a good cause. I'll tell you, like, I care about animals more than people, if I'm being honest. I remember when the Ukraine war kicked off, I wasn't about to, frankly, send money or like help them buy their drones. It's like the State Department and you have a deal already. You don't need me to slide around them. They'll give you all the drones you need. I'm not sending you $500 for drones. But then I heard there was a charity for like fucking dogs that had been abandoned or something. I was like, all right.
Yeah.
All right.
It's hard. Like, I feel like I'm getting emotional now, but it is so, because when you really hear, and that's one of the reasons why I've shifted work into these things, because this is kind of like my charitable focus, I guess you could say, is so Robbie's Law was enacted right around the start of the GWAT. And so every deployment beforehand, or every conflict beforehand, specifically Vietnam, all those dogs were euthanized or left there. And it's kind of crazy when you think about it, because if you know anybody who served and they had a dog in their unit or in their group, it was like, that's the thing that everybody looked fondly about. Like it just brought a level of home to being deployed.
It's a team mascot too. And I'm sure like having a dog would probably saved our lives.
I was just gonna say that that's the other thing too, is like, especially if you have a detection dog, or man,
the first dog that like
IEDs.
stops you from stepping on a tripwire and like alerts to like a guy in a fucking tree with an SKS or something. You're like, oh my god, who's a good boy?
So it kind of breaks your heart to think that that dog would be just put down because it was classified like an M16. And
you would think police departments like,
so that
they're old, right?
That was the path for a lot of dogs in that transitional phase where, because so here's the other thing people don't think about is like the Belgian Malinois were very, I don't want to say regulated. It was just, there wasn't enough breeders out there. So when that transition happened from German Shepherds to Belgian Malinois, the DOD became one of the largest procurers of Belgian Malinois. So you couldn't even really buy one because they were buying them all up. They even started a breeding program at Lackland.
You don't want to fuck up your government contract. Somebody's like, can I have a puppy too? No.
Yeah. And that drove up the price of them too. Right.
Yeah.
So like, you try to buy from a reputable breeder, you're going to pay a lot of money. And so you have all these weird nuances in this process, but I mean, it's really kind of, it's frustrating to hear that, most people didn't even realize that was happening. So
yeah, I'm glad that they're doing that. That's a tremendous cause, because as much as, I love all dogs, but man, those are the best boys.
Let me tell you a story about
dogs. Remember the dogs Trump talked about? Those dogs probably got euthanized.
Let me tell you a story about one. So one of the dogs, I think it's Chucky. There's police service dogs that come into the program too, right? So there's been enough time that the organization's been around. They're like, give us any dog. Like if an organization has a working dog and it's going to be euthanized, give it to us. Like, let us at least be the last shot that this dog has, because the way we and everyone sees is like, these dogs have served their countries like faithfully. They need a shot at retirement, not euthanization. So, so Chucky, it was a great example where I think they sent him. I may be speaking out of turn here, but they sent Chucky. There was like a suspect that was inside the attic of this huge building. So the handler takes him up, and again, he's a police service dog. He goes up into the attic and gets a bite on this dog. And as the handler is trying to get to him, he falls through the roof, and I think it's like 2-3 stories down. Knocks the guy unconscious. And so they have to wait for a separate team to get there, the medics and everything else. He gets sent to the hospital and everything. The dog stays on the bite the entire time.
Jesus Christ.
And
please,
and so
get him off me.
So it took another handler, and so I think he was awarded at least one medal for that. And there were like a number of different things, but all these dogs have just remarkable stories. It's truly humbling to be able to.
I have a silly question.
Yeah,
I suppose it's silly. Don't you think you could take one, like in a one-on-one unarmed fight? Don't you think you could take one Mal? He's gonna bite your forearm, and then you get to do whatever you want. You can get on. You get position.
Yeah, you can scream, get on top. You can cry.
Come on. He doesn't. It's not a bear. He's not gonna snap my arm. He's gonna latch on and start shaking and tearing. But I've got him right here now. He's wherever I want him.
Kyle controls that mouth with his forearm.
And there's not a bunch of like valuable
my forearm, not my throat, not my femoral
arm.
artery, not my dick, not my intestines. I got him.
I'm actually with you, Kyle, because
where I want him, frankly.
We've had this argument before, but it's an eagle, and everyone's like, "Look at those talons! Like how dangerous they are." Sure, but I don't think they can deliver lethal blows to me.
He needs a knockout blow.
All right,
I'll agree.
I'll give you my opinion and then a story. So my opinion is, yes, I agree, but like the few times that we've messed around with explosives, we've had some shady scenarios before with, we'll say, some improvised electronic
devices.
Blasting caps that have been very high tension. And few things get me as terrified as seeing a Mal waiting to be released with an erection drooling out the mouth and knowing that it's about to come bite me. It is one of the most terrifying
they're
things
erect.
You know, you're fucking right.
Yeah,
you're fucking right.
So I agree. Feed it an arm, and then just punch the shit out of it if you can. But the story I'm going to tell you is like, so they rebooted the program, the military working dog program at Camp Pendleton, early 2000s. Again, started the GWAT, and they hadn't had time to retrofit everything from the Vietnam era, and so a lot of the kennels didn't have working air conditions and stuff like that they were going out into the desert. Very problematic. But the media day was around, and one of my buddies, Mike Dowling, who wrote the book Sergeant Rex, is kind of funny. He was talking about how they brought their hardest hitting German Shepherd out there for media day, and so they put the journalist in a bite suit, and he has,
describe the journalist physique for us, if you will.
I don't even know. We'll say typical Southern Californian male.
Gonna be punished for his fake news.
And so he goes and they release the dog on him, and they send it. And whenever he feeds him his arm, he bites down on it and snaps it in half, compound fracture inside the sleeve. And from that day on, the Marine Corps, and it may even be like a military wide thing now at this point, but no more civilians in bite sleeves for any kind of government working dog.
Is this like a uniquely small man? Like,
no. And that was the thing, is like he looked badass on camera.
In his big muscle suit.
Yeah. Well, no, the dog. The dog. It's like, this is America's, like, Marine Corps working dogs. And so
it snapped some journalist's arm.
So now what they do is they take and put the boot guys and the lower ranking new guys in the program in the bite suits to demo whenever the media comes out and everything. But I just thought that was kind of cool. But when you get in
you've been in one too, right?
Yeah, it's not my thing.
It was so tiring. For one thing, I was in poor shape when I did it, but it was a pretty large German Shepherd, and it was like his German Shepherd, like the guy who owned the school and the whole place. This is like Buck, his boy. This is the dog that would go fetch Miller Lights out of the fridge and close the fridge and shit. And that dog was whooping my ass. However, like, again, once he had my arm, I felt like, man, I feel like maybe I put my whole body weight on your chest, and like I can start doing shit to you. He's gonna fuck your arm up 100%. But after wrestling with him for what felt like an hour, but was probably 10 minutes, I was 100% exhausted. And at that point, if the fight had actually been going like it was, he would have killed me. Like, I was also in the suit. You're overheated, and it was a hot day. We were indoors, but AC was only doing so much, and like I was overheated and exhausted to the point, and he was still going. Like he wanted more. And if he
wasn't wearing a suit, not fair.
He's had fur coat on.
I'm just trying to help. I don't know, man.
He wears it every day. He's like One Punch Man with that shit. Like he showed up like that.
He sleeps with no air conditioning.
Dak bit me one time, but I'm sure he was only like, hey, last fucking warning kind of bite, because he grabbed my whole calf in his mouth and bit it hard enough.
Why?
Kitty had him outside and like walking him off leash, and I didn't know that. And I sort of walked up on them like on my phone, and they didn't catch me. And there was this moment of like, oh, you're here, which is normal between human beings. But when he was there, it was like, you're here. And he ran up and fucking grabbed my, he like barked 3 times. I froze. I figured like moving at all was a bad move, because I can't outrun him, and I don't think I can cower him either. So I freeze, and he sort of and then bites my whole fucking calf and goes and like lets go. And I'm just like, I just went from the pain, because I didn't want to yell too loud either. Maybe that'll encourage him. And then she like got him away from me, and it was all good. But
I never got your relationship with him, because it felt like you were never his handler. It's like he always hated you.
Yeah. So what happened was right when I got him, I took him for a walk, and like we didn't know each other very well, and he was already skittish to begin with, very skittish. And I had just gotten a samurai sword, and so I'm checking my mail.
Of course you did.
I got my samurai sword in one hand. I got my fucking Belgian Malinois dog in the other, and I'm checking the mail. And I'm probably thinking how cool I am. And there's a fucking like weed growing next to my mailbox, and I'm like, not today, sha. And I fucking slice, and just the arm movement spooked him so much that he freaked out. I put the thing on the ground. Now I got both hands on the lead, and he tore his way out of a full chest harness. Like he wiggled enough and twisted enough that he got out and disappeared for like 48 hours. Had to like track him down. I lived on the lake, and he's all these fucking wooded hardwood hills between like houses, and I'm driving around the roads screaming at him, Dak, and he'd stop and look at me like a deer. Like we don't know each other very well at this point, and then he'd run again. And so that was definitely like a problem with our relationship right away. And then I was on the road at one point for like 2 months because I had like back-to-back engagements. It was like Chicago, maybe like Boston, Chicago, Seattle, LA. And like they happened in such a way that I just wasn't at home. And he bonded with her because she's in her office. And so it became her dog.
He reverse bonded with you. He hated you.
He reverse bonded, and he saw me as like an intruder. I was home so little that I was like, you don't belong here. What the fuck are you doing here? So it became a thing where like I couldn't. It's weird. Like if I was sitting on the couch and he came out, and then he would sit on the couch with me and we'd be chill. But if it was vice versa, that would be a big problem. Like if he'd been on the couch and I tried to join him, I wouldn't have made it to the couch before he started like alerting and standing his ground. But he was a bad motherfucker. He died recently.
Old age or what?
Yeah, old age, yeah.
Kyle killed him.
At 15, I was finally strong enough to like choke the life out of him. It was maybe not 15. He was
but still, like I can't, like we're old.
Yeah, I mean, close to 15.
When my dog doesn't recognize me in the yard and starts barking, you know, he sounds really scary. It's a Great Dane. And I'm like, you're 96 years old. What do you get a limp over here?
Yeah.
Cut me a break.
I got
what he should be doing is debating in front of the country.
Well, I'm glad you said that. I don't want to do a bunch of debate talk, but like
at least it's relevant right now. I'm getting blown up.
My phone is blowing up. Like everyone I know is messaging me, and like my Democrat lesbian friend is like, "This is Biden is being humiliated. That's awful."
Yeah, I have friends who are like we never talk about politics. A couple of them from California, like a couple New York, like not Trump guys, and they're like, "This is fucking elder abuse." He's like forgetting what he's talking about. Like,
I tend to tell them all, no spoilers, stop, because I really don't want it. One little tidbit, I listened to like earlier. There was I found a moment, and I listened to it like a minute, and it happened to be Biden saying something. Biden froze, like he had a senior fucking moment for what I'm gonna look. If I was his wife, I would have said 3 seconds. He was frozen, but it felt more like 5. And then he said, "We beat Medicaid." And then his time, and that was the moment his time ended. And Trump goes, "You sure did. You beat it to death." And it was that fast. And that he didn't. There's no applause. It was no crowd. Everybody was afraid, and he was on a roll from there, like laying out his, Trump jargon about how great his economy was and how bad this guy's is and how he lets in killers and rapists and murderers and how he puts them up and how it just on a roll.
There's no audience for applause, but Chiz agrees with you. He's like, debate time. Biden's coming off nervous as hell. And then Chiz, who roots for the Democrats now anyway, I don't know if always, he's like, this is bad. For who? Biden. Even with him talking like an old man out to pasture, which is bad enough, Trump is arguing his points better by a lot. Painted Biden is in favor of late-term abortions killing babies. Oh, that's what Trump said. Okay. Yeah, so I haven't seen it, but I don't see anybody saying Biden's
I'm very
doing
excited.
Good.
I'm very excited to watch it tonight. Now I'm pumped. Now I'm pumped. Can't wait to watch it. And before we, it started, it's exactly what I said. Biden has to drop the ball and Trump has to run with it, or it's lights out for Trump. And this could be when you see the polls switch back 3 or 4 points in the Trump direction tomorrow and in the week to come, when the memes start fucking dropping, because there's going to be a lot of wide-eyed Biden gifts, I promise. But yeah, I can't. I'm blown away by how cool your that charity is, though.
NFTs. Are we right?
I mean, if that's what you're powered by, we're going. I mean, maybe diversify a little.
Okay.
But...
let me explain this. Because I don't think we really the time before had an opportunity to really lay it all out. So I have a chip on my shoulder. I think I would hope you do too, Kyle. But so it's just being fucked by YouTube for so long, like getting preferential treatment at times, and then, hey, like, come do this for us for free, or do this thing, help us with this or help us with that. Awesome. Great. I did that for, the better part of 5-10 years. And then all of a sudden, algorithmically, things start impacting and like not being able to resolve demonetization and all these other different things. It's like, man, I put 10 years of my life, 15, 20 now, into building this channel. I've spent hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars at this point in videos and everything. For it to get kind of shut off, man, it's look, woe is me, I'm fine. But there's a lot of people out there who aren't, and I don't think that these organizations should be in a position to benefit from it like that. If I spend that time, I should be able to migrate my subscribers over to a different platform. If you're going to say that my content that you liked 10 years ago is now against the terms of service or not safe for advertisers, let my companies advertise on those videos and let's do the same revenue share split. They wouldn't do it. And I was like, well, so you're telling me you're disregarding your fiduciary responsibility to the shareholders of Alphabet by not taking my money because you're saying advertisers aren't willing to spend money on firearms related content. And like, well, my companies will. They'll buy the whole ad inventory, and then you still get the ad revenue share split and everything. Just don't derank my videos because you think it's not suitable. And so I was like, okay, how do we create open, unique identifier protocols, i.e. NFTs? I wish people would totally throw away the expensive monkey picture like NFT thing and just think it's an ID. And so if we do this on various blockchains, whoever does it the cheapest, the most secure, whatever, I don't care. I'm chain agnostic. But if we build these platforms, like, hey, if Woody wants to host his own servers, let's make sure that this unique identifier system can speak to the Twitter one, can speak to the other one. So if something happens in some capacity, you can just turn a switch, change the back end, right? So it's like, it's the same thing with artificial intelligence. I'm building some stuff that's essentially kind of like what Apple announced over the last couple of weeks. Is it's just a different repository back end. So you can take and change, you can use OpenAI if you want, you can use stable diffusion from Stability, you can use all these different things. You can just turn off. The big thing is, the big advantage of Google is it becoming the yellow pages of the internet and its ability to index things for search, right? So I think that's just too much power, like, and being able to have all this information with people's Gmail accounts and everything else. It's like, okay, let's try to create as many open source systems. And so, like, Rumble, they're doing a great job trying to build up the conservative flank, I guess you could say, of keeping those people from being censored, but it's still the same thing. It's like you're a centralized platform that the unique identifier, i.e. the subscriber or the viewer, their account is tied to the Rumble ecosystem. That needs to be open. That needs to be interchangeable or interoperable with other platforms so that the consumer gets the better thing downstream. So if hosting becomes cheaper, then go to this other platform if they offer it, or if somebody has a better algorithm for search and related, you can plug that in. It's just that's the thing that I've been so passionate about building and solving for the last couple of years.
He's
and
trying
you
to
guys
build an island between the platforms.
Yeah, and you guys actually have a really technical fan base. So if anybody out there listening knows of a company or a project that's building something open that we could incorporate in these things, great. If you're a developer or anything like that, you want to help out, give me a shout. Again, this stuff, the problem is people like control. Companies, specifically for-profit companies, like control. I understand that, but we're at that point where there's too many centralized companies extracting value, not really providing value. And we're at a critical point for a lot of these different things, because you could argue that the incentive mechanism in social media being misaligned, because when social media first started, it was built off of a social graph, right? It was like, who are your friends, your family members, and everything else. And you had this feed. And then around 2012-ish, the monetization program in the App Store and everything else, like the incentive shift to what people refer to as the attention economy, but really it's just advertising. And again, I feel like so many people blame the algorithm, and it really is just.
I'm lost on the business case for this, though.
Sure.
Like, if I'm YouTube and I have a gigantic user base who watches my videos every day, why would I want to build bridges from YouTube to Rumble?
You don't.
Whatever, right? You
don't, right? But at this point, I think that if you were to look at like Moore's law and say things, we are in a very steep portion of like technological development as of late. And I would argue that even if you are an Apple or an Alphabet and you can hire the best engineers, you're not going to have all the engineers. So if you create, there's a saying that if you're behind, you build open. If you're ahead, you build closed. And I think that if you like, everyone's technically behind now, even the big companies, that's their biggest threat vector, in my opinion. Like Sonos is a great example. Sonos, right before Labor Day weekend, they shipped or pushed an update that essentially bricked all the Sonos speakers with an update. Like you couldn't connect your phone to it and everything. It's like fucking Labor Day weekend or Memorial Day weekend. And so it's like, if you open certain aspects of your tech stack, I think that it allows you to incentivize like a bug bounty for developers. This, like, Argentina's prolific for 0-day hacks. Like they have such an amazing hacker community down there. Like if you incentivize like you would a bug bounty, feature updates and stuff like that, and you open source certain aspects of your tech stack, I think everybody wins, like the end user and everything. So
no, it doesn't. Not everybody wins. The people who are winning now lose. Everybody else wins.
Yeah, but look at it this way. Look at this.
YouTube would lose.
No, but YouTube was willing. YouTube is still the second largest search engine. It still has a better ad sales platform. Google is still connected to Google Maps, Google tracking pixels, Google Analytics. They still have the best ad network. It's the most invasive. But if they took and they opened that up, they could say that then there wouldn't be an adpocalypse, right? Because their argument was, we can't serve ads on Richard's content because he has firearms in it, and that's not suitable for all advertisers. Well, cool. Make it open. And then if you don't want to do that, then I'll do it.
Yeah.
You know, it's like,
well, that defeats the, like, because I remember saying this at the time during Adpocalypse, like the entire idea that YouTube put forward of like, these advertisers have got us bent over a barrel. Guys, they don't want to advertise on political content we don't like, or gun content, which is political adjacent, or this and that. Oh my goodness. Sorry, guys. I guess you can't make a living doing this for your audience. Like, that was all just backwards engineered.
It was all total bullshit.
When you're the size of YouTube, your fiscal bottom line isn't really the only concern anymore. Like, you control huge swaths of information and how people find it. And so the whole time they were like, oh, this person doesn't have ads. This person doesn't. This person who's too right wing. This person who's too much of a gun lover. Like, they lied and said, oh, Procter and Gamble and Johnson & Johnson and Crest, they're up in arms. They don't want their ads to accidentally show up. Now, I know even during Adpocalypse, the ad sophistication, like the sophistication of ad placement on YouTube was such, even then, that if Crest was trying to advertise their toothpaste, it was never going to accidentally show up on a gun video. That was a backwards engineered measure in order to censor people they don't like and to remove the incentive for those individuals to make content that they found ideologically negative. And so the entire time it was a lie. You think Procter and Gamble gives a fuck how people learn about Tide detergent?
I do.
They don't.
And I'll tell you when they do. There were videos. It was like a popular genre of like Spider-Man doing sexy shit to kids and stuff.
YouTube Kids, I think it was.
Yeah, and that was probably the stuff that kicked off the adpocalypse. So sometimes I wonder if they just overreached and grabbed everything.
Can we transition
that's saucy.
this into the Try-On Girls?
But you could easily. Here's the thing: if you are a multi-billion-dollar organization and your marketing team can't set ad exclusions, from top down, chief marketing officer all the way down, fire everybody, because setting ad exclusions is so easy,
and they can do that.
You can block channels, you can block keywords, you can block all kinds of different things. So the fact that they would hide behind that is so frustrating. And then just to watch like my channel, like, so what I did was I took because historically my videos would perform fairly well on the long tail as far as search and related, and I had some 20 millimeter Lottie videos that were maybe 5 or 6 years old. And the cool thing about that was
Lottie a kind of gun?
Yeah, it's a Finnish 20 millimeter rifle on a bipod sled. And so what was really cool about it is that video would average, we'll say, sake of a round number, 1 million views a month. 6-year-old video, right?
Nice.
And then I would take and I would check my Google updates whenever it would be demonetized. The views would go from whatever 100,000 a day or whatever it was. It would go down to like 2 views a day. The next day from being demonetized, a 6-year-old video had all this SEO kind of algorithmic weight and search and related, and then turned off immediately when demonetized. And then I'd fight it, I'd appeal it, I'd talk to people at YouTube, blah, 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 blah. And then it would take about 3 months and it would slowly start working its way back up, get demonetized again. The exact same thing happened where it would spike down. And so to say that like, oh, well, monetization's not everything. You can have limited monetization. You're still penalizing me in search and related because you're not going to make as much money on it. And so that's really frustrating. That's the whole reason why I was like, okay, what do I do now? How do we solve for this? Because it seems like everybody wants to create, the gun YouTube, the conservative YouTube, the other YouTube. And I get that. I totally understand it. But we need an open protocol for indexing and all the different identifiers, i.e. the end users. And so one of the things, I haven't even talked about this, one of the things that I'm going to do is I'm going to allow people to back up all their stuff and then opt into, if you backed up your YouTube channel into the repository, then you could host your own and then index it that way in an open protocol. So hopefully people will create blogs and curate, hey, look, there's so much shit on YouTube, blah, 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 bring blogs back, or, curated websites like Gizmodo and stuff like that.
I just know in my heart, there's a bunch of kids out there who need to know how to get out of the friend zone. People want to see me mow my yard. I got content.
Hey, dude, I'll put an RFID tracker on you, or we'll tie it to your phone so that anytime your phone, you move around in your yard, in your house. Yeah. What's even crazier now is like a lot of the cameras, like Ubiquiti has some pretty good ones that have chipsets that have artificial intelligence systems in them that do pretty good facial recognition. And you probably even wouldn't need the identifier component. You'd probably be able to figure it out based off of your face.
Oh, back to the NFT thing. I'm all good with NFT, the tech. Like, I understand it. I think I like to tease NFT, the investment opportunity, because
for sure.
there were so many people like, you're missing the boat. It's the next crypto. And I'm like, I don't know, ugly monkeys. Like it feels like the next tulips.
I get that. I totally get it. And I mean, dude, I made and lost money on that all day long. I mean,
I hope made more than you lost. I always root for you.
I got my Bored Apes up there. And
You still have them?
They're for sale. Anybody?
No one screenshot that.
I never sell them. I never sell them. Yeah. I won't do it.
No, they could bounce back. Maybe.
Yeah. The tulips could still come back.
Oh man, who was the
Which is
poker?
500.
We had a poker pro who was all about them as an investment.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say Stevie Aoki or something.
Can't remember.
Do you remember? I forget his name.
I can't recall. He played Negreanu in that crazy heads up thing they did at the casino. There was like hundreds and hundreds of hands.
I also poo-pooed crypto, which so far I'm the one who's wrong, but we'll see how it goes in the long term.
Yeah. Hey, I'll tell you one more thing. I'm gonna I'm telling you shit that I'm going to do. So this is kind of crazy because I feel like I only talk to you guys like once a year. So coming back so soon, so I'm gonna, in all this tech stuff, I'm probably gonna launch a tech channel too, just on the security front.
You should call it Ryan's Tech Tips.
You know, it'd be interesting. I think this would be huge. Or it'd be helpful.
Isn't Linus Tech Tips the biggest one?
Oh, I see. Yeah, play on that.
It's just like it's just things like degoogling, like creating VLANs, like stuff that's security focused.
Oh, I wanted you to test drone defense systems, like personal drone defense systems, those jammers that those guys need in Ukraine.
That would be cool.
I want you to test various the drone technology against those and figure out which how to detect what jamming frequency the Russians are using, and then how to project that.
What about a frequency that disables like a Malinois?
I gotta be really careful.
The brown tone
here, but I built some stuff back in the day, and Kyle, you probably remember it.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah, and so the crazy thing is the organization I built it with was telling me that they were utilizing it in a conflict abroad, and were asking about me coming in for some things because they were trying to solve for swarm problems. Mm-hmm. So for those who don't know what swarming is, it's just a bunch of freaking drones. Mm-hmm. And so one drone with a payload's relatively easy to stop. You have like your iron domes, your curtains of, munitions and stuff like that, or nets. But when you swarm, you can stagger and offset in a way that's very, if not impossible to defend, because you could stagger 1,000 of them, for the next 10, 20 minutes. And using, again, cameras with facial recognition and stuff like that, object recognition, which is even more terrifying. That when we were doing this stuff, this was before DJI was a thing. 3D robotics and maybe Spark Fun. A lot of this stuff was Arduino based back in the day. But now it's even crazier knowing that, you have DJI mapping all of US and everything else. But they were trying to figure out and solve for these swarm problems. And I see people like, you know who Palmer Luckey is?
No.
You have to check him out. He's, again, this eccentric tech.
But where's
mogul.
this going? Did you solve for a swarm problem?
No, like it's just interesting that they were using some of our old stuff for this, and I was like, I don't want to touch anything with a 10-foot pole that is going to be in a conflict. Like I'm like, I do not want to be involved. But they're looking at like really interesting things around the world of like EMPs and stuff like that.
For swarm problems. I wonder why they can't take out surveillance drones with a shotgun. Like,
so
not me. Right? I'm not special with a shotgun, but I've seen Kyle.
Nets are pretty effective. they have like ballistic nets that are pretty effective. A lot of those drones, again, I can't really.
Oh, wait, hang on.
I can't condone this, but a lot of them work off of RF, and you can jam those, and you can introduce different things that the FAA doesn't really look kindly on because it messes with actual
they're doing
air traffic.
Like it's how the war's being fought right now with
you can get in a lot of trouble. Well,
not in a war zone. No,
stateside.
I'm not following what we're talking about.
It's about jamming the radio frequency that the drones are on.
You can get those on Amazon, like a Flipper Zero and stuff like that. Yeah.
But to your point, Woody, you can shoot them down with a shotgun. Like I've seen them doing it. I've a few months ago, I saw a Russian pleading to the camera for pump shotguns, and then recently I've seen like the people, running outside the bunker with a pump shotgun and like downing. But those are like those. They call them FPV drones, but I don't know. They should just call them kamikaze drones so we understand what you actually mean, because they fly down and essentially run into the person with an explosive payload and blow them in half.
Now, so like some of the kamikaze drones, I would guess, are a little big for a shotgun. Like if you hear drones,
see, it's explosive. You just got to touch the explosives and it pops.
Oh, I didn't know the explosive with that.
We did this. We did a video like this where we had drones with explosives flying around, and we were.
I should have asked instead of guessed, because I thought it was the sort of thing you two would know. But like a surveillance drone, one that just follows them, that's a regular kind of drone that you get on Amazon. There's nothing like even aftermarket about it. And those things are small, like you put them in a small backpack.
Again, I don't want to give people any ideas. The problem that things are so easy now, and that the thing that they would do is using consumer style drones and 3D printing shape charges, and that's really hard to defend for when you have an explosive projectile that's initiated before shotgun range. It's like it's coming at you at like,
what is shotgun range? 75 yards ish.
Even then, like it's gonna probably need to be closer than that. You'd have to get really lucky with a BB that far.
Oh, what's a better number? Kyle, you muted.
Sorry.
20, 30.
Yeah, 30, 35 yards if you're a badass. If you've got that extra full turkey choke and you can shoot, so you've got like BBs in there, like literal BB size shot or something, and you're shooting a pattern that's this fucking big at 25 yards because you can do that. Like that guy's shooting down at 30 or 40 yards for sure. But the average schmo who's got a medium choke 870, he's shooting them at 20 or 25 yards, and it's probably spraying them with shit.
Yeah.
I overestimated the effectiveness then. Okay.
Oh, it'd be super effective. You save everybody's fucking life. It
would be effective at 100 yards like I thought it would.
Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no.
Yeah, that was my overestimate.
That's when everybody needs to like start pecking at them, right?
I'm not good with a shotgun, but I can fly a drone, and you can easily keep those at more than 100 yards off the ground to stay out of range for surveillance.
Yeah, so again, I actually enjoy these kind of conversations because I'm like, okay, what are we trying to solve for? Because if it were nighttime, typically something like that, it would be thermal or infrared. And so infrared's actually pretty easy to solve for because you can have some pretty bright emitters that would just throw out a strobe in a way that would just blind it. Thermal's a little bit more difficult to solve for, but even during the day, I mean, it's hard to see those little things coming.
Yeah. And again, I was talking about surveillance, which I think is one of the harder problems to solve because they're cheap. You don't want to use something expensive to shoot it down because they spent $200 to put it up. And also you can fly pretty high, 400 feet, 600 feet, and still see really well.
Yeah, they're out of range.
I mean, I feel like you guys are tech enthusiasts. So if you really go down the rabbit hole of like some of the known defense programs in like the 2010, 2015, I forget the names of them, but essentially there's different aircraft and satellites that are constantly surveilling certain areas, and the capacity of it was upgraded over a period of time based off of camera sensors and storage. What you could do is rewind 15 frames per second an entire city. So if you wanted to track somebody, you didn't need to catch them on camera. You just needed to rewind their pattern of life that day. So a lot of that stuff, that's
that looks sweet.
Their pattern of life that day I follow. But the scene I keep seeing, and I'm no expert, I'm on Reddit watching kill videos and stuff, is they have one surveillance UAV or drone that can stay up for quite some time. And it's searching for little foxholes, little caves, watching people go into their little fortified dugout. You need that thing with its loiter time to figure out where the bad guys are. And then that guy communicates to the kamikaze drone and says, go straight to here.
And artillery, anything they've got.
Oh, sure. Yeah. But if you just take out their surveillance drones and you're either Russia or Ukraine, then you've done something that helps your side.
Yeah, so you're talking about the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which is mostly, I would say, way lower on the
tech
budget.
Scale.
Yeah, tech scale. Where U.S. has things like Global Hawk and stuff like that will loiter for weeks. And
is that a satellite or something that flies?
It's a fixed wing drone.
It flies for weeks.
Yeah.
It refuels, doesn't it?
No.
It has weeks of fuel when it launches?
Yeah. And so some of these fixed wing aircraft will fly for a long time.
And whenever we touch on a little bit of U.S. military tech, it's like, and that's the one they brag about, dude. That's the one they brag about. They've got
10 years ago.
They got this other thing that they killed a guy for joking about one time. You don't even know.
They were so Woodward released interview tapes with Trump today. It's really new. And he was saying something that Kyle just said. He's like, we got weapons you don't even know. We got weapons we're not talking about. They're amazing. And I'm just like, anyway, just reminded me of that. He didn't get any secrets
pretty cool.
Look, there's we spend so much fucking money every year. And there was a time when I was maybe a young adult, I was like, we've got to turn this system around. It's too much waste. But now I see that that's impossible. So I just take pride in the wonder of it.
Cool explosion.
We're like the fucking empire over here. There'll be a Death Star soon.
My favorite battle cry is, you're about to learn why we don't have health care.
That's like an AC-130 captain line.
Man, going just off social media right now, this is going beyond horribly for Biden.
Oh,
yeah, I haven't heard anyone.
I saw a 20-second. There was a 20-second clip I just saw of Biden doing, where he just trails off and stops talking for seconds, and he was doing the end of his sentence was like something like that. And Trump, they're like, Mr. President Trump, and Trump's like, I didn't understand what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he did either.
What, are you joking or did he say that?
That's what it says. That's what
see, again.
But my friends who are excited about Trump doing his bombastic thing are texting and being like, Trump is super calm. He's not doing his Trump thing, which isn't as fun. But
I heard it was the key to winning. A lot of people were like, I said it in the start of the night, if he stays hinged, that's one of the, I don't know if that's a term, but Trump not getting unhinged is one of his keys to victory. It sounds like he's doing it. I don't know.
Yeah.
It sounds like he's being
at this point. You just got to hope, if you're a Trump guy, all right, Mr. President, don't forget the low blow. Don't sweep the leg. Right. Say, at least all my children are still alive. Everybody's like, you hear Jake Tapper, dear God.
Right. You don't want him to be a salesman that can't take yes for an answer.
Yeah. Don't be too cruel at this point. The more pathetic Biden potentially looks, I'm not watching. I've seen 2 minutes of it, and what I saw was a Trump trouncing because he made a joke.
I'm gonna watch it.
He did remember when Hillary was like, it's awful good that someone like you is not in office, and then it cuts to him and he's like, because you'd be in jail. He hit Biden just like that. That was, and it was right after a Biden senior moment where he just went quiet and looked confused.
I want to hear it. I like to be informed. I follow this stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to watch it.
It's going to be a hard watch for me.
I'm psyched. Yeah,
I'll probably
sounds
end up watching some of this then.
It's like, oh, I heard your hockey team lost 9-0. You gonna watch it? Well, yeah.
Well, I gotta know what. We gotta know how this happened so we can rebuild.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
All right, well, that's not from tonight. Clearly, he was overseeing something at FEMA that day, so probably not that important.
Probably not that important.
There was another one on the right that was butthead that made me laugh.
Yeah, he should have had his nap today.
Yeah, Biden said we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. That's good news.
I heard him say that. He corrected himself immediately, though. It didn't seem like a flub as much as it was.
Yeah.
He was, I got 1,000 trillionaires.
Where'd they get that money? That Fed been printing?
He means billionaires. That's
of course he does. He corrected himself. It's still
it sounded like Richard didn't pick up. Anyway.
Yeah. No, I look forward to seeing it. Although I gotta say, like,
the scared old man face is such bad optics for running for president.
I genuinely believed he was a gamer. He was a game day player. I said it stupidly 2 hours ago.
He's 81. He
looked good at 80.
His playing days. No, he did not.
They all look good at 80, Woody, but 81 is a bridge too far. As they
playing days are long behind him.
I think that was Operation Market Garden where they try to do that landing.
I know that episode of Band of Brothers. I know that. That's a good one.
I think it was the name of the. Yeah. There's a movie in it that's got like every actor in it ever. Oh, by the way, Furiosa's on the Plex. If you guys want to watch, I'm gonna want to talk about it with somebody.
Didn't you say it wasn't supposed to be good?
What I said was it didn't make a lot of money, but doesn't mean it's not very good. I hear it's quite Fury. So do you remember the Mad Max? Oh, you remember Mad Max from 2014? Charlize Theron's character was Furiosa, the badass chick with no arm. They did a prequel with Anna Taylor-Joy playing Furiosa.
Oh yeah, Knights and
what's his name? Thor. Chris, whatever Thor's fucking real name is. Chris Hemsworth is like in the movie too, and it didn't make a lot of money, but it looks fantastic because I don't know. I thought the first one looked fantastic. I don't need a great story in a Mad Max movie. Mad Max movies never had great stories. It was always just a clusterfuck of post-apocalyptic nonsense. So I'm down.
Nice. Yeah, I think setting the expectations going into the theaters super important. We used to get hammered. We go watch the Expendables every time one would come up in the theater, and people were like, "How can you do that?" It's like, dude, we're not expecting an Academy Award-winning performance. We're here with friends. Trashed. We're gonna have a drink. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, how's Sly gonna get out of this one?
Yeah.
Chuck Norris and Sylvester Stallone and Schwarzenegger.
They're breaking out of the retirement home.
I think there was one part where like maybe Schwarzenegger and Chuck Norris were like making an escape from an airport, and Chuck Norris said something like gets hurt, and he's like, "This is nothing. Got bit by a rattlesnake one time. After 3 days of agonizing pain, it died." And it was like he's like making Chuck Norris jokes to Arnold Schwarzenegger. So I don't know. As someone who grew up with like those 80s and early 90s action movies, a big fucking dumb tough guy fucking shit up, like I like those movies too. I watched them. I
like it. Like the whole world is like, this dude's good, and Kyle's like, I don't care. I like it.
Yeah, it's what a guilty pleasure is. It's something that you appreciate for reasons maybe everyone can't participate in. Maybe just because of I grew up in such a time, and those movies were so like such a big part of my childhood. Like I thought Arnold Schwarzenegger was the baddest motherfucker in the world for like most of my early childhood. I was like, I don't know, he's pretty fucking big. Who's bigger than him? And then I remember like reading or hearing maybe somewhere something about steroids, and I was like, not Arnold.
Yeah,
I didn't believe Arnold would do steroids. I was like 12, and I had his poster on the wall down in my little basement gym, and I was like, not you, King. I know you didn't cheat.
I know. I remember the like Ryan Reynolds and Blade. Was it Trinity or whatever? And then all like everyone's like, like you see like Men's Health, and then they're on the cover, and it's like, what did he do? How did he train? He'd wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning and run, and he'd eat like 6,000 calories. And it's like all of these articles missed the main ingredient, juice. Like,
they always
they always did, and I was just so naive as a kid.
You've seen Derek's videos, right? More Plates, More Dates.
I haven't. I know who.
So
he is.
that's what he does. All right. So he has two sort of personalities to his channel. One is to like please the masses, which is like popcorn steroid talk, where it's like he looks at a movie transformation that someone does, like Brad Pitt getting in shape for Troy or something, and he talks about whether he thinks it's naturally possible based on time dated photos of before and after. Like, could he have put on this much muscle mass and look like this? And sometimes we'll be like, yeah, you could do that. Look, you got down lighting and he's all greased up and this and that and the angle. And then
really,
sometimes like, look, yeah, it's really fun.
Some
stuff.
people he's like, hey,
yeah, he gives them the benefit of the doubt. Yeah,
he gives the benefit of the doubt a lot. I think sometimes he says this is possible when it's not probable, but that's just me, Derek.
Sure,
that's cool,
and you can
though.
sort of sense you get that a sense of that too.
Agreed. The
Could
other popcorn
be
thing
real? Yeah.
The other popcorn thing Kyle didn't mention is like people will do trend, for example, and apparently that makes your sex drive fucking wild. Like guys are turning bi, you know, people go like they lower their standards on girls and they're just like, I became a sex ed. So he'll read like Reddit comments about wild behaviors from some of the more extreme steroids. And that's a fun read too.
And he also has a very
other
intellectual side of the channel where he breaks things down on molecular levels, and he'll do product reviews. He's like, guanine? What is it? 2002? Get the fuck out of here with that shit. You know what guanine does to your cell walls, people? I'll tell you. That's cytosine going nowhere. And he'll like go eat ingredient per ingredient, like talking about what's bullshit.
His
like,
content is like,
it's got it, but 0.2 milligrams, 14 milligrams is the dosage. 14
and this is
milligrams.
on YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Check it out.
You have 1/280th the correct dosage. What is this?
That's why all his products are efficaciously dosed. That's who we partnered with for Lock and Load.
Shut
That's
up.
why this shit works. That's why it works.
Shit. Yeah.
No, yeah, that's all true. Like his whole thing, like his whole spiel in the products he sells or reviews is about whether or not they hit efficacious doses. So he'll read some like pre-workout and be like, 50 grams of creatine? They must think their customers are stupid fucks. And I'm like, I don't even know what the efficacious dose of creatine is. Like, I don't know. But he's like, I'm like, I guess I am a stupid fuck because I didn't know.
It's one of those channels that you can like start watching it where he's like, today we're going to talk about protein in the glutamate liver transcriptase process. And I'm like, interesting. And by the end of it, I'm like passing people on the street and I'm like, this fucking idiot doesn't know anything about the reverse transcriptase liver process. Like,
will you show a picture of the Delt God just so that Richard has some?
Not with the Death Star delts, with just so you could see the delts.
Yeah,
he doesn't need to be memed to see how big
a
this
true picture
king
of
is.
his ridiculous deltoids.
He's known as the deltoid god of the internet. He's an absolute genetic freak for deltoids.
Derek?
I've got big deltoids. Derek has colossal deltoids. Like he is just like
Derek has, he has juiced himself up a bit.
He's on the right.
Haven't we all?
Jesus.
Not me.
Look at those delts, man. They're like bigger than.
He looks like one of those cows that has a pituitary gland problem.
He does. He should be grazing in a Belgian field somewhere.
But, so this, of course, is him all dried out and peaking. But every day he has ginormous bowling balls.
Can I just say, I don't think it is. I think that's just him at the gym with a pump because he's got his. I genuinely think that's him at the gym with a pump.
I don't think so, because I once did a tweet and I was like, is this awesome or too much? And he did a response video to my tweet where he's like, I don't look like this, etc. But
probably because y'all were all being fucking mean to him.
I was like that. Mean. This is before I knew him or anything, and I was just exercising, and I was like, is this awesome or too much? I was like, I don't know, making conversation on Twitter back when it was Twitter.
Make me feel better about myself.
Maybe that's what I was doing. I wasn't, maybe.
Yeah, but it's subconscious. Don't worry about that.
About, like those like sweet treats that have artificial sugar and whatnot, they're like protein snacks. I'll link it. I found some of these at the grocery store like yesterday. It was the chocolate flavor though of these, Zach. If you can bring them up, because I got to do a PSA. These things, they taste really good, and they're only like 180 calories, 20 grams of protein. Oh. But like the amount of fiber in them, it's
2 ounces.
It's not huge, but
what
like
the fuck?
It's not a lot. It's not a lot, but I didn't.
$6.
Sometimes I get like if I eat, I bought it at the
it's a
grocery
laxative.
store. Yes, effectively, yes. I bought it at the grocery store. It was not that price. They were selling them individually. I don't know what they cost. And I bought like 4 of the chocolate, like cinnamon bun things, because I'm like, oh, this is, I could eat all 4 of these and get 80 grams of protein. And it's only, if I get too high.
What you did?
Yes. And I ate like one of them last night, and I was like, I can tell this isn't real chocolate. It's got that kind of artificial sugary erythritol or whatever taste.
Yeah,
and I knew going in sometimes that messes with my tummy a little bit, but I was like, oh, that was good. Take a couple toots off the weed pen. Suddenly a second and a third one are looking good. I eat those. And then I was walking to get another Diet Pepsi out of my fridge like an hour later, and I'm like, I'm not gonna eat 3 of the 4. I'll just clear the whole thing out. And I ate the 4th one. And like I like got so unbelievably gassy that like, and it wasn't like normal smelling farts. Like I farted so bad in the shower today that I like to take a nice relaxing hot shower. Done cleaning, I just stand in there for a while and I just let the water rush over me. It feels good. And I farted at that stage of my shower, and I had to cut my own pleasure.
You gotta get out of here.
Evacuate.
In the shower. Do you know? Like,
my eyes are burning.
It was thick in the air.
This steam or
there were
mustard gas.
There were naked victims wandering out. their clothes having been burned off. Like it was. So if you're gonna eat these, stick to 1, because 4. And I didn't read until this morning. I think that was like 200% of my daily fiber that I had over the course of about 90 minutes, and that plus, because if it was just like regular fiber, I would have got gassy. But that artificial sugar, something mixed with something else in my body and created
sugar
a rancid.
alcohols.
Yeah, maybe it was sugar alcohol.
Sugar alcohol does that to me. One of my
I've had
favorite,
those, not banana cream, but those are good.
I use a sweetener called Swerve, and they make confectioner's sugar, brown sugar, and regular sugar, but it's artificial and it has very few calories. But it's sugar alcohol, and it gives me upsetting amounts of gas. But it makes you can make like sticky, sweet, and spicy like Chinese food chicken.
Have you ever farted so long that you had a thought in the middle of the fart that you should have timed it, and that entire thought also resolved within the breadth of the fart?
Yes. Yeah, I've farted so much that my ass hurt.
It was like a tire leak, because it wasn't like an explosive, like it was just I'm farting. I can't believe this is. I should have timed this fart. My God, I can't.
I went outside after a while. The room was ruined.
Oh, it was thick in my bathroom earlier today after I
I can't do the sugar alcohol if I'm going to be around other human beings. Even the animals flee the room.
I didn't like the smell of my own fart.
Oh,
it was like, this is bad. I want to get out of here.
But usually,
how many grams of fiber was in there?
I think realistically every bun was like 40% of your daily fiber. And so I had 160% of my daily fiber over the course of 90 minutes or so.
Because I don't really drink. I don't really drink sodas, and like these Ollipops have 9 grams of fiber in it, and anywhere
fiber.
Yeah,
I've had those. Yeah, I've had the
it's like 2 grams of sugar, and I'll drink like 2 or 3 of these a day, and they'll definitely make you gassy. Yeah. But so back to Derek. Why lock and load? Why lock and load?
How did we come up with the thing?
Is that something you guys made with him?
Yes.
Or
so it was our
Kyle and I.
It was our idea. I had been doing my own like load stack already, because I was taking about 28 pills a day or something like that. So I was like, what's 4 more? So I was adding in, soy lecithin and a few other ingredients to increase my load. And so we talked after a show one time. I was like, we should make and Taylor was too. I was like, we should make this product. We could do this. And I was like, do you want me to message Derek and see if he'll do this? And I was like, had to write the most awkward WhatsApp message ever as an open to Derek. Like, hey,
hi, acquaintance. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we were already going back and forth because of my like weightlifting and diet and stuff. But it was just like, hey, silly question here, but what if we made a supplement that increased your load size, maybe I was even saying your seminal fluid size or so whatever I said. I was like, is that crazy? And I expected him to be like, it's so silly. That'd probably make money, wouldn't it? Oh well, we'll never know. But he was like, I know a lot of guys who have load stacks themselves. I'll pick their brains. Let me get back to you around Tuesday, good? And I'll see what I can drum up. What are you on right now? Perfect. Yeah. Well, that's actually you could take more of that, and your liver will actually process just about as much as you. And absolutely. Just back immediately was on the ball and had like he's like I got some. He knew people to go to who had their own load stacks that they had, and he was going to ask them, and then he was down the rabbit hole of him sourcing ingredients and figuring out the price model and the efficacious dose and all that stuff, and then guinea pig testing on us. We started, and it was going to have to be like a pre-workout style multiple scoop thing. Like it's because you have to take so much of this stuff to be 100% effective, and I was like, dude.
Yeah, no one's gonna make shakes out of this.
Nobody's gonna make like disgusting like fruity
So what
drinks.
is it?
It's pills. It's pills. We got everything. 9 a day.
5 in the morning and 4 at night. They're normal size capsules, and that's down from 18 or so. Like it was gonna have to be 18, and then we found a way to get the efficacious dose and half that. And so we were like, all right, if we go any lower in pill requirement than this, it's not going to actually work. And at the end of the day, it has to actually work, or people are going to just buy it as a novelty and never get it again.
Interesting. And so what's the result or the objective? Are you like increasing volume? Is it like viscosity?
Yeah, big tums. Well,
volume,
viscosity, pearlescence, pre-cum. Yeah, volume, pearlescence, pre-cum.
And length of orgasm. Because you just going and going. Okay,
that's true.
We're gonna.
Your cum is better. It feels better.
I was measuring my fluid output very carefully.
Yeah.
I would gasm into a condom, and then I'd draw it out with a filthy syringe, and then take exacting measurements, and it was like 3.5-fold. It was like 350% as much. Yeah. It's an absurd amount that you actually do come when you take them. It's almost like a fucking gag gift for your girlfriend more than anything. It's absurd.
Dude, you guys have the promo stack with your ads, like stack Blue Chew and this.
We know our client base.
What's the timeline on that? Do you take it for a week, for a month to see the results, or what?
Within 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Yeah. It's a month supply bottle. So, and within 2 weeks, you may not be at your peak yet in 2 weeks. In fact, you probably won't within 2 weeks, but you will be. I've said
there'll be noticeable differences.
Like, I've said before, like you won't have to be thinking about it. Like you will come at some point when you're fucking or whatever you're doing. And if you've been taking it for about 2.5 weeks, you'll just organically, not even thinking about it, be like, oh fuck, that was a lot of cum.
What the fuck?
Like that's way.
Do you have
more
any other variables that you take it? I'm getting
stay hydrated.
I was going to say hydration.
Stay hydrated because there's a lot of stuff in there, and like hydration is just you have to do it for most stuff to work.
Stay hydrated. Supplement world. Yeah, it's fucking hilarious. It's so funny because we've all told our dads at one point that we're in the jizz biz, and
my grandma knows.
Yeah, his grandma knows.
My grandparents know that
she was born in the 40s.
She was. She was born in the 40s.
Does anybody give you guys reviews?
Oh,
yes, we have a ton of positive reviews.
Yeah. We asked for people to send their like videos of their jisms to Taylor's Twitter.
Shut up.
Or they can put it on an SD card and mail it to Woody, care of woody@jizzbiz.org. That's not
.gov.
a real .gov now. Now. I'm glad we got that. There was a fight for a while, but Woody had a guy pull some strings. .gov.
That's awesome.
But yeah, it's really crazy. We sell tens of thousands of bottles of the stuff. We've got to be the biggest player in the jism enhancing supplement business. My main enemy in the crew is Major Load, because he's got fuck you, Major Load. His bottle has like an army major on it, like looking all intense, and it just the pun is just. I'm a big
Are you guys
fan
in
of it.
truck stops?
No, we're all. We should be though. I've been saying for a while we should be we should find some way to get the bottles. Like, I'll drive them to the fucking Starship. I don't know if Starship is ubiquitous nationwide, but that's like the dirty porno store where you can go get like lube and like dildos and stuff.
Dude, honestly, we should.
Lion's Den.
Adam
get you
and
some
Eve.
distribution.
Like if we could get in Lion's Den and Adam and Eve, places like
Cafe
that.
Risque. You ever go to a Cafe Risque?
No. Is that like a cafe that's like a burlesque show?
That makes it sound 10,000 times as fancy as what it is. A cafe inside a burlesque show. No, it's a Waffle House inside a whorehouse. It's like with one pole. So like I've told this story before, but it's too fucking funny. Or at least it is to me because I come from this small Christian little town, and whoever was on the board that approves business licenses or what have you, they thought Cafe Risque was a hamburger family restaurant, is how I heard it phrased. It is, in fact, a strip club, a topless strip club that serves food and sells porno DVDs. Ew. And they plopped it down right off the interstate. As it's the first thing you see when you get off the interstate to Livonia was Cafe Risque. They put billboards for 20 miles in every direction. Cafe Risque, exit 9 or whatever the fuck it is. I don't even recall. But it was this eyesore, bright yellow and orange signage. Huge, bright yellow and orange, Cafe Risque, and it was like toys, lubes, DVDs, and sexy ladies. And there's like a silhouette of a woman. And again, small little Christian town.
I've seen these signs.
They're all up and down if you drive from Georgia to Florida, because I think there's multiple ones down there. That's where Lock and Load should be, right on the shelf at a Cafe Risque.
You need your packaging to be shotgun shells in some kind of design, and the pills are stacked inside of it. Dude, you would sell tons of them at gas stations.
Oh, you want to make like a one day bullet shot of Lock and Load? Like
just try it out. Give it a shot.
Try it, but we would need them to buy a lot.
Keep coming back for the next 2 weeks.
I don't want to mislead the consumer that it's not going to work.
Yeah, Daily Dose won't do it. I'm afraid
you'd have to dig
it takes a daily dose to do it.
Yeah, it takes a daily dose.
You can do it, but you have to take it rectally. Now, if you take it rectally, you'll immediately, if you sound with it as well, that's the other thing I've heard of people doing, getting those capsules just straight into their...
Put it in your dick hole or your...
A single day dose won't do anything. You got to get it in your system.
Yeah,
but if we could get it in one... Actually, I wanted to ask, how's the food at Cafe Risque?
I'm going to be honest, it wasn't that bad. Like...
What did you get at Cafe Risque?
You get a burger and fries, and it's hard to fuck that up because they've got a griddle right there. Like, how do you mess it up? It's like Waffle House. Waffle House burgers are good. Waffle House food's good, if you ask me. And the food was okay. I only ate there like once or twice. Honestly, we'd mostly go there because it was the only thing open at 1 or 2 in the morning besides Waffle House, and they had a pool table. So we'd shoot pool, and there'd be like one snaggletooth bitch over there dancing on the pole that you just didn't even want to really look at because it was awkward. The environment was all off. The vibe was weird, like you could...
You saw us look at her.
You can smell the beef cooking, and there she is right on that. They have the one pole in the whole place, and I just wanted to shoot pool, man. It was rough in there. Yeah.
Some of the reviews.
The county bought it. The county bought it back from them and bulldozed the facilities to the ground and put a Cracker Barrel there.
It's gone. Cafe Risque.
The one in Livonia is, but they have more in Florida.
Okay. Yeah, I get you.
There's one in Florida. Some reviews. A couple of the reviews are mentioning nothing but like the quality of a barbecue burger and how much they enjoy it. Can you imagine like putting your public like Steve Willoughby here? I loved the barbecue burger at this porn shack that I went to on a business trip, not to my wife's knowledge. Like that ballsy. Dude, boomers in public reviews are insane. It's unreal. Like they'll just leave comments for all to see about strip clubs. It's like your daughter follows this account. Like your last review was...
Hell, she works there, Taylor. You think it's a big secret? I like she introduced me to the barbecue burger. For $18.99, you get a lap dance, a barbecue burger, and chili cheese fries.
Remember, everyone ask for cinnamon.
That's not a topping, is it?
It's my granddaughter. I'm so proud.
I'm going by nutmeg now, Grandpa.
That's like an even trashier spice to be named after.
Let's hear it for nutmeg.
Yeah.
She comes out with one good leg.
What would the ugly girl's spice, like fennel?
Mm.
That's an ugly girl spice.
Mustard
Bay leaf. I don't know.
Really fat chick named Powdered Sugar.
No, that by far the worst strip club I've ever attended. I haven't been to a bunch of strip clubs though. I think it's like 4 or 5 times, but that place was the worst. It was disgusting. Cracker
Yeah,
Barrel's
I'm not
nice
big on
though.
strip clubs. They feel seedy because they are seedy.
I just don't like the deal. You know what I mean? I don't like the business arrangement that we have going where you pretend like you're into me and I keep putting money on the floor while you writhe around.
Yeah.
I don't like you want to talk about role play. You might as well have a big silly hat on your head and your eyes blacked out when you walk into that place if you think those girls like you.
If they pretended to be
Hello, Count Olaf here from a far land away with a few shekels. Which bar wench would like some of my shekels? And oh, me,
Did you ever go
Lord.
at Vegas for shot or anything?
Of course, yeah.
I was a groomsman in Phil DeFranco's wedding. And so, we went to Vegas for the bachelor party and everything. And he had a friend arrange some stuff, go shoot guns or whatever. I don't even actually remember what we did during the day. I just remember the bad experience at the strip club, where, you go there in the limo or whatever, and then you go to the VIP area and like they ask you like, what are you into? Like far as women, blah, 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 or whatever. And the craziest thing was my dog's freaking out. It's like we go to the area and all your friends are here, which makes it even weirder. And so the girl comes over, sits down or whatever. And then everyone starts dancing, the exception of my girl. Apparently what happened was the guy told them that, we're internet people, had social media followings, and she sat down, started asking me about how to grow her audience online. And I shit you not, I had to pay to like give her a masterclass in social media marketing for
Jesus
like
Christ.
5 or 10 minutes because she was trying to get enough money so that she could get custody of her kid. I can't make this up. Like, could you not?
No, it's believable.
And
Yeah.
so it wasn't what like this was pre OnlyFans days.
Do you
or
remember
whatever.
her name?
I don't. But she had a GoFundMe. So this is like pre OnlyFans stuff, right? So she get people like I guess to figure that out or whatever.
Go grab that URL.
But she's like trying to figure out how to grow her audience on YouTube and Twitter and everything. It's like, am I the only fucking person who's ever been in this situation? And it's like, I'm not mad, I guess.
Probably. You're like, hey, can you at least, swing your tits around while I tell you how algorithms work? Because I feel taken advantage of here.
You look over at everybody else and they're just looking at me like, what are you doing? I'm like, it's not me, I promise.
While you're doing this business consulting, was she like topless or?
Yeah. I think honestly, I try to block it out now because I was like, they're not my cup of tea.
Not a great time.
Yeah,
not a great time.
Man, you got roped into.
I mean, I like whores. I just don't like the fake ones. I wanted to fuck whores, not to like ogle them.
But what if you have so much in common?
I'm not here to look. Like you know what I mean? Like that's why I appreciate the strippers who are prostitutes as well. Like like don't nickel and dime me here. Just let me know what this thing costs.
You've said before like $200.
Yeah. Well, it depends on the girl, but like I remember the stripper that we were talking to in LA. It was like $600 or something like that to like come back to the hotel room or whatever.
That's not even as expensive as the blood test you need afterward.
Not nearly as expensive. No, but it was like 200, I think, in where was it? Dallas, Houston. Yes, Houston. The meal that I bought for her was more expensive than her vagina was to rent.
Ah, gross.
Yeah. To be fair, it was a delicious meal. It was pretty expensive. Yeah.
I wonder how many men like a prostitute has slept with lifetime? Like, what's her body count? You think
Depends if she's good.
4 digits?
Probably.
You know,
I mean, how long
if she's
are they in
any
that
good.
business? Like, there's no way they're in that business for the long haul. Like, they're
Yeah,
going
I
to get
think-
pushed out by some other younger crop of prostitutes in the next.
Nah, not anymore. Like again, I want to segue this into like this. I feel like we can take whores and YouTube selective monetization process and meld them together.
Yes, we'll call it Twitch.
And a dash of pedophilia. That's Twitch, all right.
Yep.
No, on YouTube though, I've been super into what I'll call the try-on girls. Now these are ladies, I'll say, because they run their age is like the full like gambit. They are old ladies, middle-aged ladies, housewives, and also like young hotties who are just trying transparent clothes on in front of the camera for like, and there's like a big disclaimer at the beginning of every video where it's like, this isn't to be sexually arousing or titillating in any way whatsoever. This is
strictly for educational purposes.
Educational purposes only. Educational purposes only. And then it's like, there's her pussy. There's her pussy. And I swear to God, like that, you might have to dig around a little bit with the transparent lingerie try-on girls 4K to search that.
Yeah.
You might want to search around a little bit.
Cigarette out of her.
Some of
no. No, what you don't want to do.
Some of them are absolute smoke shows. Some of them are absolute smoke shows, just 9s out of 10s. And then there's also just like there's like everything. And some of them don't show much. Some of them are kind of doing what they claim to do. They'll put on like nipple covers, like nipple tape underneath the garment so that you can't even see their nipples through it. Skip that right the fuck away. All right. You head south from there. And then all of a sudden there's girls who just have their tits out. They're like completely transparent, like the flimsiest thing ever. And then there are girls who have like their whole pussies out too. Like they'll be wearing it'll be like a nightgown.
This is still in the try-on genre?
Yes. Find transparent nightgown try-on. Do that one because then they have these short nighty, transparent nighty, because you want the one that comes together like a robe. Because that chick is like moving the robe
IE or Y?
LINGERIE. And so she's like moving around and flashing her twat continuously. I mean, like there's not even any fabric between the twat anymore. And again, we're monetized. We're on YouTube still.
Really?
We're on YouTube still. And I'm seeing just sometimes it's a little sketchy. Now, most of what I like to see seems to be OnlyFans girls or like lusty single moms who are trying to make a few dimes, or some of them just clearly just want attention. They're older gals and they enjoy the attention. But then there's this other side where the girl's moving her mouth, but there's no audio. And I get like a Ukrainian older lady telling me what's happening. This is Natasha. She look very sexy in nightgown. Very nice 4K transparency. Yeah, you like. And it's like, what's Nadia think about all this?
Yeah.
This is a video of a woman in a completely see-through nightie with her ass facing the camera. You can see her pussy, and she's cleaning a window.
Let me just
I just linked one.
I think it's much racier than this.
So it's not sheer. It's there's like big holes in it, large enough to pass like, I don't know, quarters through. And you can just it's you can see everything. You can see how she shaves her pubes.
It's a great. Oh, that's very common that they'll have like a big landing strip so they can show that off.
Dude, the comments in these are wild.
You know what? Here, let me guess.
Pussy lips.
Let me guess. Sometimes they'll be like she'll be asking like if you like the red panties, the blue panties. She doesn't fucking care. Okay, obviously, but they'll be like red for sure. Red for sure. They and they suit your figure, your beautiful figure. God, I would love for you to have my babies. And it's some 75-year-old man who doesn't understand the internet. Or
this woman's pussy lips are just hanging out. The comments are.
Don't link it though.
I could watch this. All right, let me do a little. Let me say, you're so right, Woody. I can't believe I didn't. This is fact checking, really. When you think
It's for science.
And one of the top comments is, "I love the way your curtains hang so nicely. You are getting so good at cleaning videos." And then he gave her an 8 out of 10. Room for improvement.
8 out of 10. Love the wizard sleeve.
Then Olivia OMG, you relaxed me so much. You helped me release all the stress I had accumulated. A lot of stuff in Russian or Cyrillic language.
This is how to clean. And she's wearing sheer clothes and shooting from the back. She's cleaning a window, like Taylor said, but that allows the light to shine through the sheer dress and really give off her silhouette.
What's funny is I was trying to explain to somebody the other day where they were talking about like that whole scene and like how things have progressed over time. I was like, you know,
I got the winner.
Like the OG, like the original, like the, I guess the matriarch of all of them was Charlie James, 1975.
Oh yes, she was like, she was pretty, but from the neck down, her body had absolutely zero room for improvement. She was like as beautiful as a human being can be.
Yeah, and she spearheaded the whole Instagram thought. Like,
oh Jesus, Kyle,
YouTube.
That's the winner, right?
I mean,
last one is just a naked lady.
It's basically like I thought mine was as far as you could go, and then here we are.
Trust me, I'm a connoisseur.
It's got a Coca-Cola ad on it.
I watch a few dozen hours these a day, and I'm a big fan. What's great is they upload daily. Like they upload daily. A lot of these.
Well, it
gals.
must take 90 seconds to make this kind of content.
That's,
I mean, there's no script. There's no nothing.
Yeah, but you haven't thought about the amount of time every day she's locked in a cell by some fucking pimp.
It's absolutely wild. And then the other one was the breastfeeding guy the other day, where she gave up on the fake dummy like halfway through and just started rubbing her tits. like she's like, after you breastfeed, you might want to massage your titties for 5 minutes. And I'm like, I mean, you might, but do we need to see all 5 minutes?
We want to do it with full face of makeup.
Yeah.
Dr. Disrespect got demonetized.
Where?
On YouTube. His channel, like, you can't be a partner anymore. I guess there's a couple ways you can make money on YouTube.
4.6 million subscribers.
Wow, this guy commented saying, I love your nose ring. You have to be fucking gay to notice this woman has a nose ring in. There is no... I could have watched this 1,000 times. I never would have noticed a nose ring.
Which video?
The one Kyle linked. Did you notice a nose ring?
By the way, I know everybody's gonna want to see the one. All right, so it's got a kind of a long title. The YouTube channel is Lilu Moon, LILOO space Moon. And she has a video called 4K try on haul clothes, very transparent and see-through bodysuit, no bra 2024. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm not gonna be mean or anything. She's just completely naked. That's why this is the one to just see how absurd this policy is. Whatever allows you to do this is crazy. And monetize it. I don't get it.
This is just
says there's explicit content. Link in the description.
Oh,
what is this?
Yeah.
What's more? Okay,
I'm sure she's got an OnlyFans. Like a lot of these girls are pimping their OnlyFans with this. But again, some of them are just like thirsty housewives, which is pretty funny too. There'll be some older gals in there. No, she is. Well, she's something. Very impressive. Very impressive.
This sensational piece extenuates the combination of elegance and allure with a hint of sophistication and show-stopping vibes. They didn't
even bother with the good AI.
What a weirdo. This guy's maybe, is that your real face, brother? Like in your fucking profile picture? Oh man, I didn't know this corner of YouTube got so wild. This is just porn.
Yeah.
This is just pornography. You know,
yeah. If you really want to keep going down the rabbit hole, you can find the pubic hair shaving guides, the pubic hair waxing guides. Then you can go into naked yoga, but you got to be careful because that bubble touches some underage stuff. It gets weird over in India. Again, shit country. The breastfeeding guide is great. You know, that chick gets rid of that dummy 30 seconds into the video. They're just trying to get past one moderator who's like, yeah, they're teaching. She's teaching. He's like, class is in session, madam. Next video. What is that? What is that? A 12-gauge murder cannon? No.
Got a gun channel to shut down.
Yeah.
Well, I know everyone's got a debate to go laugh at.
4 hours just flies by when you're having fun.
Flies by when you're having a good
being
time.
Awful.
Richard, thank you for joining us today. Always good to catch up to you and get a little peek into your world. Glad it's all going so well.
Yeah.
All right. PKA 706.